Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. It's so nice to see you all here after such a long break. This is the first face-to-face stakeholder meeting that we've had in the agency since we moved. And it happens to be about patient engagement. And let me tell you that the last face-to-face meeting we had with external participants was also about patient engagements in February 2020. So at least this shows that patient engagement is at the forefront of what we do as the agency. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Emer Cook. I'm the Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency. I took up this position in November 2020 at a challenging time for all of us in Europe, but a challenging time for the agency with a lot of public health responsibilities, if I could say. And I have to also say that during all this time, when we've had so many successes in the area of science and collaboration, the input of patients into the medicines and development and regulatory decision making has never been so important. So today we're pleased that we have representatives from patients, from consumers, academia, healthcare professionals, learned societies, industry, regulators, and other healthcare decision makers. So I hope we're as inclusive as we could possibly be. And looking around the room, it looks like we are. So we have many people here. We have about 100 people in 100. I think it's 100 external people here, but we've many other people online. So it will be, as usual, a little bit of a challenge to manage both the face-to-face participation and make sure that we give voice to the colleagues who haven't been able to make it here face-to-face. We've been planning this workshop for a long time, and it builds on the positive experience that we've gained over the years from developing methodologies to collect and incorporate patients' perspective into EMA's regulatory assessments and decision making. The value of patient input into EU medicines regulation is very well acknowledged, and patients are an integral part of our day-to-day work. But we need to continue to reinforce patient relevance in evidence generation, and this is why it's a key priority for the EU medicines regulatory network. We want to increase patient access to medicines, and this is a priority that is identified in the European Medicines Agency network strategy and also the regulatory science strategy. And these are the guiding strategies that are helping us move to 2025. Patients have unique insights which are vital to inform medicine's development. For example, to select the most relevant clinical trial endpoints or to enhance regulatory assessments with preferences on what is most acceptable in real life, because this ultimately leads to outcomes that are more relevant to the patient. So even though we've had a lot of progress in the EU in recent years, we still don't have the patient experience systematically included in all aspects of medicine's development and regulation. So we often see that in the applications for marketing authorization that we receive, we don't have adequate patient data. And if we want our outputs to be meaningful, we need to be more responsive. We need to make sure that this data is included, in a way that adds value to the authorization and can be used to impact really the outputs of the assessment process. So we need to improve the status quo. The aim of this workshop is therefore to discuss together how we can ensure that the patient voice is systematically included throughout the life cycle of each medicine. We want to take stock of the current situation. We want to identify with all stakeholders at the table, identify what the current bottlenecks are, and then propose and agree on a way forward to improve the collection and use of patient experience data. So I want to thank you all for your interest in this workshop, but really more than in this workshop, in this work. It's a really essential part of what we're doing. But we need your contribution. We need your active contribution. We need arguments. We need debate to make sure that we get the right outputs from today. And I'm really confident, seeing you all around here and those of you online, that it will be a lively and productive discussion. I'm also very sorry to say that I'm not going to be here for the, actually I was going to say for the whole day. I'm actually not going to be here for very long because it does coincide with the Heads of Medicines Agency meeting in Prague, which is starting this afternoon. But rest assured that we have the right people from the European Medicines Agency here to guide you through the process, and all our committees and working parties are well represented. So without any further delay, I would hand over to Juan, Head of Stakeholder and Public Engagement, and he's going to moderate the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imer, for this very nice introduction. And it's my pleasure also to welcome everyone physically again after these 2 years. I think it gives us a lot of this sense of normality we were all looking for. And indeed, as Imer has highlighted, it's very timely, this workshop. We have been delaying due to other priorities, and we hope to achieve a common understanding of what patient experience data is, including patient-reported outcomes, including patient preferences and patient engagement and information obtained through patient engagement. We'll try to identify which are the obstacles. We'll try to come up with some kind of recommendations that hopefully we can agree with all stakeholders on the table, and in order to put them in practice and make progress. So the workshop will be structured and in the way of sessions. We have 5 sessions, each one of the themes. The sessions will have 2-3 presentations, very brief, followed by a panel discussion with panelists and the audience. And afterwards, we will try to integrate all the outcomes of each of the sessions in a final one in order to come up with this list of recommendations, which hopefully we can all agree. So a few housekeeping notes before progressing. And for the participants in the room, you will have to raise your hand, because there is not a function in this table. So you will raise the hand and we will give you the floor. For participants which are online on WebEx, you will have to raise your online hand, and we will also give you the floor. We encourage everybody to use the camera as much as possible, because this will make it more interactive. And the meeting is recorded and will be published on YouTube soon after, with an announcement, and we will invite everyone to disseminate as much as possible. So without further delay, we'll start with the opening speech. What is patient experience data and why it's valuable? And it's my pleasure to introduce EMA's Chief Medical Officer, Stephen Thristrup. Thank you, Stefan.
Yeah, thank you, Juan, for introducing me. A warm welcome to all of you. I know some of you from my previous experience in this agency as member of CHMP and CAT, going back in the early 2000s. Now I'm back. I started 1st of June as Chief Medical Officer. And when preparing this speech, I thought, well, actually, I'm going to talk to you wearing 2 different hats, because I am a medic by background and a physician as training. But for the past 25 years or 20 years, I've been in the regulatory system. So I speak with 2 hats, and let me start talking under the hat as a physician. Patient voice is important for every physician. You need to understand what matters for your patient. You need to understand their signs and symptoms, and you need to be able not only to communicate in the sense talking to them and explaining, but likely more important to listen to them to understand what really matters. So taking that further on, I think the reason why doctors are treating patients and why industry hopefully are developing medicines is, of course, to meet patients' needs, to reduce the signs, the symptoms, or to prevent that silent conditions like hypertension, diabetes do not turn into manifest disease. So we know that as a regulator, and I'm pretty sure that this is what is being seen as a goal for a physician who uses these medicines. As a regulator, I cannot emphasize much that it is also important to recognize that we could not develop medicines without the voluntary participation of patients in clinical trials. If patients do not want to take part in clinical trials, we cannot develop new medicines. And investigators need to thank participants every time. That's my point. So, coming back to today's topic about patient experience and patient data, traditionally, we have been measuring efficacy and, for that matter, also safety of medicines on what has been termed objectively verifiable endpoints. And many of them have been hard endpoints, and regulators still like hard endpoints like death, hospitalization, flares of chronic conditions. And these are obviously of importance to patients. But in the day-to-day life, things that are much more soft or mundane from a hardcore physician's point of view might be much more important from the patient. And changing these things and modifying these things may actually be important. I'll give you two anecdotes here. The first one is from my recent past experience working as a regulatory consultant for industry in the early days of new products for treatment of Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. I had a client who were developing a product for this. These are boys. They quickly lose their muscle function and become wheelchair bound. This company had an engagement with a regulatory authority. I will not disclose which one, not even over coffee today. But this authority told them that the preferred endpoint was 6-minute walking test. If you're wheelchair bound, how can you measure 6-minute walking tests? These boys' biggest wish was to be able to put their hands on the keyboard and be able to go online and take part in the online community. So measuring functions of upper limbs and ability to get to the keyboard could have perhaps been a more relevant patient-reported outcome here. Another example from my even further past experience as a CHMP member goes 15 years back when the monoclonal antibody natalizumab, termed or named Tysabri, was about to get licensed for treatment of multiple sclerosis. This was really a game changer because until then treatment of MS was mainly with glucocorticoids and beta interferon injections, which had or still have a modest efficacy and have side effects, flu-like symptoms, muscle pain, and these injections have to be repeated quite frequently. So this new product came along, clinical trials were convincing, the efficacy were convincing, but it came with an identified risk of severe infections, and the CHMP were in particular very concerned about an intercerebral infection called PML that is ultimately fatal. There were 2 cases in the clinical trials with MS, and there was another case in another condition. And I must say my feeling was that CHMP was about to go negative on that product. But on the other hand, we could see the benefit. It was really a game changer for the MS community. So these were in the early days of the Patient and Consumers Working Party, which was established in 2006, if I remember correctly. We invited representatives from the European MS Society into us. We showed them the data. We explained the risk. And that was the first time that I, as a regulator, got a very clear feedback from patient organizations telling us this product means something for us. It will change the life of patients. If you, as regulators, are able to fence this product safety in, so we optimize or minimize the risk of that product, we would very much like to see this product authorized. The product is still on the market. It has a lot of things in terms of safety, safe use, MRI scans, blood tests, regular scans, and so forth. But this was an example where listening to patients' voice made regulators understand what kind of risk are patients willing to take against the efficacy. So we were definitely looking at two different scales in terms of balancing benefit and risks. So there is a huge value of patient experience data in drug development. As EMA Cook already said, the aim of this workshop is to move the needle even further. I hope we can get a common understanding of what is patient experience data, how can they best possible be used. There's still a long way, but I think workshops like this is important, and I hope we can work together to develop new endpoints, and not only develop them and come up with them, but also work with them and get them validated so they are of use to make regulatory decisions. Finally, I would like to stress another thing that is important in collecting patient-relevant data, and that's digitization. Most of you are already wearing some kind of digital thing that counts your step, measures your pulse, your oxygenation of the blood, can take an ECG, and so forth and so on. But it also opens the opportunity that patients actually can give input to the daily life into clinical trials without having to visit a study site. So it opens up a whole new world of collecting day-to-day patient-relevant data. I hope you will take this into your considerations and discussions today. I will be able to stay. I'm looking forward listening to the presentations and learning some take-home messages. So once more, welcome here. Happy to see you all and hope you will have a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for this introduction as well, and I think for illustrating so nicely with these examples that I'm sure resonates in many of us, and that we can recognize the value of patient input. So I think we can move to the first session, and the first session is going to be chaired by Harald Ensman. And Harald is the chair of the Human Medicine Committee, the CHMP, at the agency. He's also head of the licensing division in the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices in Germany, and he will share the first session on patient engagement. And I would like to invite all the panelists and all the presenters of the session to come and sit in this table. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, a wonderful good morning to all of you in the room or connected. It is an absolutely pleasure, an honor and a pleasure to chair this first session in this important meeting. Now, what we have here, patient engagement, has been a success story so far. We have come from far away, and I'm very happy that Stefan nicely outlined, illustrated, gave examples how that developed over the past years. And I think as a not EMA employee, I can dare to say EMA has done here a great job to create new ways to evolve, to advance, something that decades back when I started out being a physician, a medical doctor, were pretty much unheard of. So this success story so far has been nice, but is certainly not enough. And this workshop today should be the chance, and we should all together use that to give the impulse for further development, to move on from here, even in a legal framework that sometimes is more a hindrance than a help. Again, here together, we can, within this frame or even changing this framework, make advances. So with that, I will no longer take up time that is better used by others to do what I hope we will be able to do to make further progress. And therefore, I already said the framework is important. And therefore, who would be better here than Maria to open this session in reminding us where we are today and possibly where we will go tomorrow. Maria, over to you.
Thank you very much, Harold, and good morning to everyone. It's very nice to see so many familiar faces and back in the building. It's been lonely without you. So today I'm going to tell you a few words about the framework of engagement with patients and their organizations. So to begin with, you know the timeline, the journey of the interactions of EMA with patients. You probably have seen this many, many times. So we decided to spare you the timeline and really focus on the fact that we interacted with patients from the time that the EMA was created in 1995. And the framework was created in 2005, which then set out the formalization of the interactions with patients and their organizations. And here on the slide, you can see the more recent updated framework. So we have a mini timeline of interactions of the update of the framework. So it was created in 2005, it was revised in 2014, and then this year we did an update of it, and now it's called the Framework of Engagement. And so the framework really establishes the basis for supporting access to the real life aspects of patients' experiences, and also now promotes a generation collection of and use of patient data, which is what we're going to be speaking about in more detail today. We want the framework to, and the whole interactions with EMA, to really help understand what the impact is, what the understanding of the medicine's regulatory life cycle is, as well as to focus on targeted communication. So here we have the pillars of the framework, and for those who are interested, you can find the framework online, but the pillars really are the network of eligible organizations that we interact with, and you can see the logos here. They're published on the website as well. In addition, from the eligible organizations, we have created the Patients and Consumers Working Party, which is a very important integral part of how we work here at EMA. And based on the 2014 revision, we wanted to create, and we did create, a database, a pool of individual patients that we work with as well, people who are interested in working with EMA. But underpinning all of these activities, we need to build capacities of people involved. We need them to understand all about the medicine's regulatory network. We have a lot of different engagement methodologies. As you've probably also seen, we have the regulatory life cycle of the medicine and the interactions, the involvement, the engagement of patients all along the life cycle of a medicine. And so people need to understand and be supported for these activities. And of course, now with the new update of the framework, we have patient experience data, which I'm excited to hear more about today as well. So to give you just a little bit of an element of where there's impact, there's a lot of impact and added value of patient engagement all across the medicine's life cycle. But here I've just picked a few examples. And recently we published a case study of 4 years of scientific advice where we've demonstrated how patient input into scientific advice procedures changed the recommendations that were provided to industry, but also how patients were able to just look at the development plan and agree with it, which is also important. We finished with the CHMP a pilot for early contact, and the pilot was successful. We had 41% of patient input going into the assessment report, and this pilot is now no longer a pilot, but is another methodology that's been added to the toolkit and will be continued. We also have a review of documents by patients, and we have also had changes in the documents that are published based on patient input, as well as a change to the structure of the template, which is also impactful. And you'll hear more about safety impact as well from Sabina today, but we've also had public hearings where we've heard from society, from patients, also healthcare professionals, about the impact of medicines, and then those have gone into the recommendations from the PRAC, the Safety Committee. So with that, I'd just like to conclude that it's very important that we continue to develop patients' capacities by training and other support that we do have in place, but we will continue to improve these. We are always looking at and discussing with our important patient groups on additional engagement methodologies, and with the CHMP early contact, this was one of the most recent strings in the bow. And finally, to expand the use of real-world evidence, patient-reported outcomes, patient preferences that we have already started, and patient experience data, which is beneficial for public health in the EU. So with that, I'll hand over, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Maria. That was very nicely preparing the ground. We will have the opportunity for questions, for discussions, for contributions at the end of this session. So please collect whatever comes to your mind during one or the other presentation until this very end. It is now my pleasure to introduce Jan, who from Eurodis is probably the best possible for the first big contribution to this meeting. Why? Well, let's face it, it has been patients with orphan diseases that really changed the game, that made us, regulators, physicians, I'm having the same two hats as Stefan earlier, made us realize the patient's voice is not only the voice of the patients looking for a treatment. No, in particular, early on in the orphan diseases, we had those convincing examples that showed us these patients are experts that really are not only on our level, frequently know more than we about this specific disease, something to learn from, and therefore not only have this role of, yes, we listen what the patients want, no, we get, let's face it, education from their knowledge. Having them as partner for experts, not only to listen to, but really to an open exchange. And that is something where really, I can only repeat, the patients and the organizations of the orphan diseases have been the trailblazers, and therefore, let's do that again, open the way to further improvement. Jan, over to you.
Thank you. It's a high bar after that. Thank you very much, Harald, and for the invitation today. Following up on what Harald said and Maria's presentation, I'd like to say that today, in the case of Eurodis, we are contributing to the patient engagement in different EMA activities, and first of all, by supporting patient representatives in the different scientific committees, like the Committee of Pharmaceutical Products, Pediatric Committee, Advanced Therapies, and PRAC. But also in protocol assistance and scientific advice, in the scientific advice groups now, the SAGs, and in the product information and safety issues, as well as sometime on surveys and consultation, and obviously by engaging in the EMA stakeholder framework and dialogue. This engagement has grown very significantly over the years. So for INOCA started in 2000 by joining the creation of the Committee of Pharmaceutical Products. But when we look at last year only, it's over 300 days of patient representatives involved in the work of the scientific committees in meetings at EMA, in addition to their personal work and in addition to the support they received. And also we brought 34 patient representatives in protocol assistance and scientific advice last year. So and that is obviously supported by staff, but also trainings that Maria insisted, and I can only insist a lot on the importance of trainings and building more capacities here. So we'll have 4 key messages. One, that to invite you to think maybe more about patient experience evidence more than patient experience data. The second, to have a common regulatory framework and supportive process. Third, opportunities in the upcoming pharmaceutical regulation. And 4, strategic alignment. So the evidence versus data. If we think only of the presentation of Stephen a moment ago, it's typical that we're not quantitative data with numbers, the 2 anecdotes you reported. So that's our invitation, is to say think more about evidence than data, because data, even though we can consider that data is not only quantitative, but still in the general mindset at the end, it becomes quantitative. And this is what we observe today at FDA. At FDA, in the clinical outcome assessment, at the end, it's only the data in the narrow approach of quantitative of numbers, and the rest is deprioritized. So we need to be very careful if we want to capture the experience. We need to think more broadly. In order to promote as a good and regular practice the patient-reported outcome measures, the patient-reported experience measures, the patient preferences, it needs to be rolled in the clinical development plans, of which the outcomes can be reported either by the healthcare professionals or by the patients and the caregivers. And again, here, what we observe is that what is being reported by patients and caregivers is often deprioritized compared to what is being brought by the professionals, saying, yes, it's normal. They want the drug on the market, right? They want to believe into it. And my last comment about it is that there is also a risk of being only quantitative, is that all these measures of patient experience with quantitative tools are focusing on elements which are directly relevant to what we want to find around the main clinical endpoints or secondary endpoints, and it captures only one dimension or few dimensions, like functions, psychological impact, quality of life, pain, or some symptoms, but it doesn't capture the larger approach. And it's not holistic. So the approach needs to be much more exploratory, because often in the course of the clinical trial, we observe things that were not expected and which are very positive for the patients. So we need here the qualitative approach. Interviews, focus group, and surveys are as important and complementary to the raw data and numbers. My second message is to propose to EMA to develop a guideline on the collection of patients' outcome and patient experience evidence for developers as well as for patient organizations. And also, as important, how it will be used in how it will be used in the assessments to enhance a common regulatory framework. So I insist having a guideline, but also how it will be used in the assessment in the agency. For that, we have already supporting processes in place, and particularly we can only praise the excellent EMA scientific advice, and which does in particular the qualification of novel technologies or qualifications of patients-reported outcome measures or patients-reported experience measures. That's very important. This qualification process helps to gain experience, helps to anticipate the conversation about what's needed, what's expected, what are the best methodologies, but also it's useful not only in the context of EMA, but also for HTA, and we need to integrate that early on much more. And if we can also make one suggestion is to EMA is to organize more informal meetings with the patients' organizations when they want to do a survey or when they want to do some qualitative studies with interviews and focus group by themselves. Because the problem is that they try their best, they turn to academia, they invest money, and then at the end, it's not as good as we expected. Okay, so let's have a conversation early on. Maybe it doesn't have to be too formal, but to be guided, to be inspired, to agree on methodologies and expected evidence from these surveys. That would be extremely supportive. And again, it's useful not only for EMA, but also for the HTA. My third message is that we see opportunities in the upcoming revision of the regulation, the pharmaceutical regulation. And the first of all would be to include a new regulatory requirement within the European legislation, with systematic inclusion of in the submission of the marketing authorization application. So here you see to what I'm referring. It's the US PDUFA, the Patient Focused Drug Development Guidance. And one limit immediately could be, yes, but we don't have enough experience. It's a bit risky to put it in the regulation now. Yes, that's true. But except that the change in the regulation we will live with it for 20 years. So putting it in the regulation will help us to work more rigorously and more systematically on doing it right. And again, trying to have a broader view than the approach done by FDA, which is mostly quantitative again and on numbers only. The second will be to have a more systematic involvement of patient representatives to provide their views at the moment of the marketing authorization. Today, there is already the CHMP early contact with patients' representative, which is really great. It's really going in the right direction, can only be encouraged and expanded. But also the involvement in the scientific advice groups at time when needed, relevant, that's great. We should have more involvement, as it has been piloted in the CHMP meeting when it is relevant, to have the patient group coming, particularly when there is a negative trend or when there is some specific issues, not only seen from the regulator's perspective, but also from the patient's organization view. And maybe if they tell you that there is a problem that they want to discuss, to believe it, that maybe there is a problem to discuss. And also to consider public hearings of the CHMP when relevant, based on the experience of the FDA, which has a long time experience on that, and the more recent experience at EMA with the PRACs. And last, the strategic alignment. In order to succeed with all of that, we see as important the alignment between EMA and HTA here, as well as with payers. Again, all this generation of patient evidence is extremely useful and important for HTA, and EMA has a role by creating the dialogue early on and to roll it into the clinical development. This is where EMA can have an influence down the road on the access to patients. The second is international cooperation. Here we need to be careful not to go for the lowest common denominator, as I just mentioned with FDA, but still there may be consideration for a specific cluster on patient experience evidence in the future. And last, to have the adequate resources, human and financial resources at EMA in order to conduct that. As I've been had the privilege to be a member of the management of EMA, I know how that can be difficult. You have more missions, but you don't have the resources. So please bring the resources with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. That was most stimulating. Various points we will need to come back to, first in the discussion, later on in this first session, and finally at the end of this very meeting. Really not only to have that mentioned here, as you did quite convincingly, but really to make it work, to get something tangible out of that. So we will come back to that pressure, and for now we move on. Next is gonna be Sabine Strauss, head of the PRAC. And again, we have someone here who has been at the forefront of creating new things. The PRAC, going for adverse effects, going for safety things, was the very first of the big regulatory institutions, parts, committees, who really lived from real life, I like that much better than real world, from real life experience. And that is where we all, and I'm now taking my CHMP head in particular, going for this kind of marketing authorization applications, where we really can take a page out of their book, going for these real life experiences. Yeah, something to learn from, and I'm sure Sabine will educate and stimulate us further. Sabine, over to you.
Thank you very much for the kind words, and good morning, everybody. My name is Sabine Strauss. I work for the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board, and I have indeed the privilege and the honor to be the PRAC chair for the moment. And I'm going to take you through the pharmacovigilance perspective on patients' involvement. And I think when preparing this presentation, I thought about the first mover disadvantage. PRAC has, or pharmacovigilance, has already been using patient input and has involved patients for several decades. And this theory, which is, by the way, a Dutch theory, states that being an early adopter or having a head start might turn into a disadvantage, as shown on the picture, because you think, oh, we know what we do and we are already there. And I think it's very important that we don't fall in that trap. And how we are trying to do that, I would like to highlight to you in the next brief presentation, where I want to discuss with you the engagement, the experience of patients in safety monitoring and risk minimization, and present to you several examples, including, for example, the public hearings we heard a lot about. But before I start, I would like to bring to your attention the excellent publication of SIOMS 11, Patient Involvement. The graphs are taken from that booklet. It shows not only how to involve patients or how to obtain input in the pre-authorization phase, one of the main topics of today, but also in the post-authorization phase. And that's, of course, more my focus for the moment and especially for today. Patient engagement, like I said, we have this first mover disadvantage because I think PROC has already patients as a member, has very many tools for patient involvement like ad hoc expert group meetings, stakeholder meetings, written consultations, involvement in risk communication and risk minimization, workshops organized by EMA in development of guidelines and public consultations, of course, of that, and the public hearings, as you have heard before. But what we also should not forget is the adverse drug reaction reporting, and I will go into that a little bit more later on. So if we look at patient experience in safety monitoring and risk minimization, I think it's fair to say it's key. It's key early in the life of the medicine development, like in the design of clinical trials, in preferences, tolerability of adverse events, and input in the product information. After authorization, we have, of course, our spontaneous reports, but we also have post-authorization safety studies. We have patient-reported outcomes. We can use registries, many sources to obtain information on the profile of a medicine. And very importantly, the risk minimization measures. I will come back to that also in a later slide. But here it's very important to know patient preferences, to know whether or not it's feasible, if patients can be compliant, if it's reasonable what we're asking and requesting. And it can also be very important in the prevention of medication errors. So if we look at the public hearings, I think we have had 2, which is a limited number, but that's for many reasons. We had one on valproate and one on the quinolones. And on the right hand, you can see other ways that we obtain patient involvement. What the public hearings have shown us is that it's very important to hear the patients and to listen to them, not only because of the ADRs, but also because of the impact of the use of medicines and everything that we add to that on their daily life. I think these public hearings have shown us that patients are uniquely placed to inform us and to help us to come up with the best ways of using medicines. What we learned here was that we thought we had good risk minimization measures in place, but that the awareness of that was at least not optimal. And if people were already aware of those measures, that it's very difficult to change your behavior that you're used to. So the challenges of changing human behavior in the prescription and use of medicines also came very clearly forward from these public hearings. It has been a really, to me at least, a life-changing experience. The second example I would like to discuss with you is the ADR reporting. And most of the ADRs, as you know, only become available once it's used in real life. So about 1/3 of all the information that's added to the section precautions and warnings becomes available after the authorization. And patients play a very important role there. The European legislation has mandated that member states receive and work with the patient data, and that's a major step forward in acknowledging the very critical role of patients in reporting of adverse drug reactions. And actually, I think adverse drug reactions are real-world data, not yet real-world evidence, but real-world data avant la lettre. And by analyzing and evaluating them, they become evidence, and they are very critical to maintain the long-term safety of medicines for patients. The real-world data and real-world evidence is also very helpful and suitable to gain information and knowledge in patient populations that are often not included in clinical trials, like the elderly or during pregnancy. And of course, in the near future, well, it's still early days, but I think social media can provide us with very important and helpful information on behavioral patterns, on drug-drug interactions, on use, on what's going on in the real life, and maybe also artificial intelligence may be extremely valuable in the future for pharmacovigilance. And my last example is the risk minimization measures. As you know, all medicines have routine risk minimization. That's the prescription status, that's the product information, the packaging. But sometimes, in order to ensure the most optimal benefit-risk balance, it's very important to have additional risk minimization measures. And those measures can be a burden on healthcare professionals, but also on patients. And it's very important that patients are involved in the drafting and the design of these measures in order to make them as feasible and as possible and help people to be compliant. We have started under the lead of Priya Bari from EMA, a new initiative. It's called PRISMA, PROC Risk Minimization Alliance, where we will discuss with patients and healthcare professionals every month in a proactive way what we can do on risk minimization measures and how make them as good as possible, and also evaluate whether or not they're effective. It's still just started, but I'm very hopeful that it will deliver very helpful and important information for PROC. And that brings me then to the conclusions, where I think it's an open door, but patient experience, data, and evidence is critical for safety monitoring during clinical trials and post-authorization, and acceptability and preferences in risk minimization measures. Also their patient voice is critical. We try to incorporate the patient in our decision-making at the level of the PROC, and they have an important part to play in gathering information, providing us with information, and help us to use the real-world data to the best possible ways. And we're looking forward to further expand our knowledge and the use of these data and this evidence. And we are hoping that the combination of all the various data sources will, in the end, lead to a more effective pharmacotherapy for everyone. I'm very much aware of the fact that in this very brief presentation, I've only touched upon very superficial aspects of patient involvement and haven't gone into depth at all, but other speakers will do that. But I do hope that I have at least been able to trigger your interest and convey the enthusiasm that we have for the patient voice, not only in the early phase of the development of a medicine, but also, very importantly, in the post-authorization pharmacovigilance phase. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabine. And I would most certainly not use the word superficial for your great presentation. Another S word would be stimulating. Yes, it had to be short. We are behind time anyway, but stimulating, the perfect teaser for more to come. Perfect. With that, we had two presentations now going from the past through the present and looking in the future. And I think that is now perfect for the last presentation in this first session. And Lucia now focuses on first, today. What do we know from the survey today? And then immediately tries to be as concrete as possible where we go from there. With great anticipation, Lucia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the nice words. And first of all, a big thank you to the agency for once again being the catalyzer in bringing together different stakeholders and advancing a priority of the EMA regulatory science strategy and the network strategy to 2025 to reinforce the patient's relevance in evidence generation. Today, I think, is the first step in a journey that we have started together with the agency as an industry in a number of meetings. There are R&D platform meetings and also centralized procedure platform meetings with other colleagues of mine. We presented on this priority area, and actually we have identified action and a roadmap for a vision to multi-stakeholder platform, so that together with other stakeholders we can advance patient centricity and the embedding patient experience data into drug development. So this is not a new slide. It's something that we shared before at other workshop in other event. And what we foresee as industry as a first step is actually understanding more from insight about how we are using patient collection of data and patient experience data into drug development, and what actually are the challenges that we have encountered. So we conducted a survey this year amongst companies of 3 trade associations, EUCOPE, FPIA, and Europa Bio. And we surveyed a number of companies, and we had many responses. And I'm presenting sort of the result of it. Okay. So in this survey, basically, the respondents from the 3 trade associations that are a collection of representation of different size of companies, so big pharma and also small and medium enterprises. They basically were surveyed, and they also expressed the interest to share case example, some of which they are embedded into the presentation of my colleagues in the other session today. So as a result, basically, this is a summary slide, and in the interest of time, I'm only highlighting the main aspects, but there are other backup slides that are being distributed and will be published that contains the full data of the survey, basically. So what we found out that is patient experience data and collection of data from patient is actually used by many organizations, many industry systematically. So we are collecting those, and we are embedding into our drug development. And industry has dedicated staff that is it's conducting patient-centric activity. So in terms of how and when we use PED, half of the respondents, so 50%, they said that they using all across all the development phases of the development programs. And the other 50% primarily using in oncology, immunology, hematology, and also rare diseases. But there is more granularity behind this highlight in terms of the raw data that you can have a look at in the backup slides. So the majority of the responder is using PAD and collecting it across the different regions. So in terms of geographical representation, mainly in EU, in US, in the UK, and also in JPAC, so in Japan and the Asia Pacific region. So quite a widespread globally. And also PAD is collecting in different phases across the life cycle, so from preclinical to post-marketing phase, but especially during the clinical development phases. So the patient input is also collecting to inform the knowledge on disease and the treatment background on the clinical trial aspect and on aspects related to the conduct of the clinical trial. So in terms of methodology, there is quite a range of quantitative methods and qualitative methods that are used in PAD, but it's also felt that methodology, when we ask about what are the challenges, what are the main challenges, so methodology and knowledge around that is not felt as a challenge by industry responders. So just a few highlights in terms of another couple of aspects. So in terms of the collection and the use of PED, so that is seen by industry as a high value, And that is especially in gaining new insight on the symptomatology from understanding the disease and the treatment burden. But also, high value is also seen in contributing to shaping all phases of the clinical development program. So you can see, use of PID has led industry and developers to review trial recruitment and retention strategy, in also protocol for clinical trials, and various other aspects during the clinical development. And looking at the challenges then, those are many, as you can see, and sort of variable, but the ones that we have identified by the majority of the responders are lack of clarity on the regulatory acceptance and use in the risk-benefit decision-making, low probability of inclusion in the label, limited guidance and recommendation. And then there are also other challenges that we have seen from the point of view of the developers. So it could be time constraint and also lack of budgetary commitment. Sometimes those are also challenges that we see. But you see on the right-hand side, so the majority are around lack of clarity of regulatory acceptance, low probability inclusion in the label, and also lack of guidance. I think this is resonating with some of the aspects that the previous speakers have also highlighted. And also just posing a bit on the aspect of PAD in regulatory decision-making, we see that the majority of the responders, actually 78%, said that basically they reported that the health authority, they are accepting PAD submitted in the marketing authorization, but there is lack of clarity around how they are doing that. So there is a bit of a confusion. And so this is another area that we see that is important to act upon. So you see, at these many challenges, we don't have the perfect solutions. But what we know for sure is that we need collaboration from different stakeholders and dialogue. So we really hope that today is not the end of the story, but it is the start of a significant step in this journey that we hope to walk this road all together. And so this is why we call for a collaborative approach to patient-focused drug development in practice. And teams, actually, main teams are coming from things that have been highlighted by the many speakers. So the importance to continue to support patient engagement. So we heard the first speaker from EMA, Maria, so she highlighted what is the road ahead of us. So we need to leverage that effort that is so important, because without the patient engagement, without reinforcing the framework and continue to implement that road, that is impossible to action on the other topics. Then advance the science of patient input opportunity are in developing methodological and regulatory guidelines, as Jan has highlighted as well as one of the priority. Establish a EMA-sponsored dialogue platform and also dedicated capacity and capability resources to support that, and the need for benefit and transparency in decision-making. So can I end up with a big thank you? So a big thank you to all of my colleagues from the 3 trade association who I work with, and I had the privilege and the honor to work with to consolidate the result of the studies and align on these proposals. And many of those are at home and they are listening and participating remotely. Others, they are in the room, and I look forward for the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Most helpful, since it very clearly showed where the challenges are, where the top challenges are. So now, without further delay, I would like to ask Kaiser and Ulrich to join us. And we would then go to the panel discussion. We have, unfortunately, less time left than I would like to. Therefore, I would ask each and every one of you from the panel now to start with a short, repeat with big letters, short opening statement, because I really think we should have the time for everyone in the room or connected to join the discussion. So maybe we go the same sequence we had before. Maria, very shortly. Kaiser. Kaiser then, fine.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I will be short because actually so many things have been said that sparked a lot of thinking, and I can only maybe go back and capture a few of those key concepts. So it's clear to me that we are not talking only here about patient, and I like Jan's terminology of evidence rather than data, of patient experience evidence in marketing authorization, but across the entire journey or the entire life cycle of a therapy. And the regulation is a key point here that also determines, for example, what type and what nature of data is required. So there needs to be, it's kind of a nodule here that I see it going both upstream into the entire development pathway, where patient experience data needs to be upstreamed and mainstreamed up to and including the prioritization of what is going to be researched, how the research questions are shaped, and so on. And then downstream into the whole HTA and pricing and reimbursement pathway. And I think one of our biggest challenges will be to look at how to create continuum, excuse me, and alignment between all of these processes that are also dealt with at different levels in Europe. And one question that came from the discussion was also whether all actors are seeing the value of patient experience data equally, and it's clear that they are not. So here, I think, again, in the regulatory space, we can be front runners and demonstrate the value and put out our requirements, or, well, the regulatory requirements, and also kind of raise that awareness and the importance of patient experience data to other actors in the chain who can learn from it. Resourcing will be something we'll need to look at, obviously, and one of the big things will be, in my view, clear guidance, because it seems that industry needs it and other actors needs it too. So what better place than this forum, for example, to start working on such a guidance? And just to finish, I would like to make the point about preventing tokenism, because I think when we look at guidance and also embedding patient experience data in the forthcoming pharmaceutical legislation, which will, however, take years, so we need to get moving before that happens, but also work in parallel on that, need to make sure that it really is about genuine information, genuine added value, and genuine engagement, not tick box patient engagement. I'll stop.
Thanks, Kaiser. Important things we will need to come back to. Now, I think Ulrich should be connected remotely.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry that I cannot be in the room. Very sorry.
So are we over to you? Short opening statement.
Yes, thank you very much. Almost everything has been said. I'm representing the healthcare professionals here, which of course is an important play. And I think EMA has already pioneered our dialogue, and dialogue is the critical word here, with patient organizations in the joint working parties, which is of course very helpful. Just a few aspects that have maybe not all been mentioned. So I think we clearly have to differentiate between clinical trials and then the final decision making, where the influence of patients will be seen throughout. In the clinical trial design and the outcome reporting, I think we should keep in mind that we are dealing with different diseases. So it's chronic diseases versus acute diseases. And in the chronic diseases, where we mainly go for supportive care or quality of life, I think there's a very, very strong influence of patients starting from the planning of these trials that may be a bit different in acute illnesses like leukemia, which is, of course, my specialty, where the actual outcome and survival may weigh a bit more than patient preference, etc. So I think we have to balance these things all together. And then, of course, one point that that it will be helping us is that it will improve the patient acceptance of clinical trials if patients know that patients were involved in the planning, and also the acceptance of medicines or proposed treatments if patients know that there is experience already involved. And of course, we can rely on the information that we get in order to personalize our treatment much better. One or two questions that we have is how will the involvement of patients be transported or reported, for instance, in clinical trials or in information leaflets, for instance? How do patients know this is the influence of patients on this drug development? And then finally, one thing that healthcare professionals always suffer with is administrative burden. So we definitely hope to have a good dialogue with our patients in order to help prevent unnecessary reporting versus the really necessary reporting provided by patients. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ulrich. Most welcome. Jan, Sabine, Lucia, we had your presentations, and I really suggest we jump immediately now over to the auditorium to the colleagues, because we really should try to get a broader discussion here. So, lots of hands going up. First one.
Thank you. I come from Sweden, and we approve most of the medicines evaluated by EMA and our own national laboratory. But some are not to be used because the health economists think they don't meet their standards of economic evaluation. They haven't heard patients. I think maybe it's not the duty of EMA to look into this pricing business, but I think you should facilitate the voices of patients in the evaluation of health by health economists, because how to put price on life quality? You can't put money there. You have to evaluate life quality in a different way. So my question to you is, does EMA do anything about this question?
Juan, take that.
Yes, no, I think, thanks a lot. I think that's a very important point. And I think it was mentioned in Jan's presentation. So definitely, I think we fully agree. I think we are working on this concept. Maybe we are not maybe as advanced as we would like, and we hope that in the future we can move. But I can only repeat what you have said, what Jan has said, that indeed when we are generating data from very early stages, we shouldn't just focus on the benefit-risk evaluation, and maybe we should focus beyond, because it will make the system much more efficient and will already incorporate all the knowledge of the patients and the experience that they can provide from early stages. So I can only say that, yes, maybe we need this to work together, how in practice to move and progress in this direction.
Mark?
Mark Turner, European Academy of Pediatrics. I'd like to bring a perspective that is probably hidden but hasn't been made explicit yet, which is the voice of children, babies and young people. Pediatrics represents 20% of the population and 100% of the future, and is clearly essential in listening to patient experience. What we've learned is that all of these applications apply to children and their parents and their families, but it needs specific skills to facilitate this work, to make it meaningful to avoid the tokenism that we've heard about. So I hope that the pediatric element can be included in any work that we go forward. Sometimes people want to base that on a rights-based approach. There are other ways of working, but we certainly have a rich community that is immediately available to this work. Apart from the EAP with 44 member nations and 12 learner societies, we have the European Network of Pediatric Research at the European Medicines Agency. We have the European Young People's Advisory Group Network that has done a great deal of work developing standards, recently publishing a quality standards-based framework for this work. And we're currently working on what we call return on engagement. So looking at what everybody gets out of this, not just monetary return on investment, but also how people can benefit more broadly, both commercial and public sector organizations. And we also have our IHI-funded Pan-European Clinical Trials Network, Connect for Children, that can contribute as well. So there's lots of experience. I think in pediatrics, we need to disseminate good practice. We don't need to invent it anymore. It is there. But it does need to be brought forward in these discussions, and also perhaps with CHOMS and other groups as well. So please don't forget babies, children, and young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Very clear. Anita.
Thank you. ERS at HCP. Just when you've got various sources of information from clinical trials which have their limitations in terms of inclusiveness, real world evidence or real life evidence, which might be subject to bias or confounding, I wonder, as a general question, how you weight that information. And maybe turning to Professor Strauss, where there is all this experience with the ADR reporting, you've got unselected information. How you sieve that to understand what is valuable, what might be subject to bias, even with vaccines, for example, might be subject to sort of malign influence. What can we learn from that ADR reporting to take forward into weighting the different types of information we have, balancing them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very important question, and it's a challenge, absolutely, one that we face on a daily basis almost. I think what's important is that what we have learned so far is that the information that patients provide is extremely helpful, very accurate, very correct, and they focus more on the impact of the ADRs, on the severity, and on the effect of the ADRs on daily life. So it's a complementary source of data and a very helpful and very important one. When we analyze ADRs, we don't differentiate primarily on patient or healthcare professional reports, but we try to take the full picture. And especially with the vaccines, it's sometimes extremely useful to look into what patients report specifically. And they tend to report, like I said, more diligently than healthcare professionals, because it's, of course, much more influence on their daily life. But then the analysis, and we have good help from EMA on that. So we try to assess, for example, it's easy if the event is reported before the medicine is taken, we ignore it. And in that way, we try to weigh and to go through all the data and decide based on the totality of the data what the impact is of that specific event, whether or not it's indeed related causally to the drug or the vaccine. Is that helpful?
Thanks, Sabine. On to Peter.
Thank you. Dutch regulator and academic. And I was really challenged by the presentation of Jan Le Cam, especially where you said the focus groups and the interview data, so not the quantitative patient data, would be more relevant, and we should really better use that as regulators in our decision making. So I was wondering, how do you want to see that back? How can that maybe be transparent? Because that was, I think, also one of your statements.
Just if I may, I didn't say more. And I don't think more. I don't think they are more relevant. I think they are a complement, an important complement. So I do believe into the quantitative data for the experience, for the outcomes, for the preferences, clearly when we can. But what I'm saying is that it captures only some dimensions. Some dimensions. We only find what we're looking for If we want to measure pain, if we want to measure certain impact on certain functions, then that's only what you get. The example given by Stephen before for muscular dystrophy, for instance, we had that for SMA also. There were already collection of data from patient-reported outcome, but what was collected was only what was expected. And when in fact the patients and the parents were reporting other benefits, other functions, and that was not captured. So then you have the patient group coming up with their own surveys, and their own surveys looks like mud and not enough robust for regular regulatory work. Hence my proposal also to say we should prepare that more in advance. So to have a more comprehensive approach within the clinical development, the quantitative and qualitative, but also to help the patient groups to develop their surveys in a more robust way, or a way more acceptable by the regulators and the HTA.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more. I take one additional minute, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Marco, European Liver Patient Association. I collaborate with PRA committee and also at Prisma. Just 2 points. One was mentioned earlier. So some of the patients, they cannot participate themselves. So we should also think about family members and the caregivers and how to incorporate that. And in regards of the collaboration of patients, as myself as a patient, if you have a clear idea what you want from a patient, it's then easier to find a way to collaborate. You know, the more you have clearance of what do you know as a regulator or as a doctor, the easier it is for a patient to collaborate. Because 99% of the patients, they just want to get better and off of the healthcare system. You have like here 1% of the patients who are trying to be more involved. And we should try to use that. More you have the clearance of what do you want, more can we then participate. And last point, I just want to say kudos to Sabine. So one thing that is important to get the patient data is also to have a framework of being accepted, whatever you say. And this is something that is going on in the PRA committee. And I need to say that 2 patient representatives that are there, we feel incorporated into the discussions, which is not easy to do with all the medical terms and everything is there. So I just wanted to say kudos to Sabine, who is doing that brilliantly. Thank you very much.
I think that was a perfect last contribution to that. And with that, Juan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Harold and colleagues, for this very good session. So we now move to the session 2, which is on patient preference elicitation. And this session is going to be chaired by Bruno Sepodes. So I would invite Bruno to come to the table together with all the speakers and panelists who are physically in the room, because some will connect through WebEx. So many of you know Bruno Sepodes. Bruno is Vice Chair of the CHMP and is member of the EMA Committee for Advanced Therapies as well, and is professor at the University of Lisbon and also assessor of the Portuguese Authority for Medicines. So thank you very much, Bruno, to be here with us.
Thank you, Juan. It's my pleasure to be here. Good morning, everyone attending in person and online. Thank you, Harold, for the timing that is perfect for us to start. Thank you also to the panelists. Some of us will be online, others are next to me. So I would just like to start by saying that I think one of the things that unite us all in this room and also online is that we keep patients at the core of our work, independently of where we come from, independently of the stakeholder we represent. So more perhaps than, I will be a bit provocative, more than clarifications, what I would really like to take as notes from the audience, I would like to hear what you think regarding specific topics that we will have here today. So without further delay, there are 2 questions I would like to that you would keep at the back of your minds for the next presentations. Namely, what do you think that we need to do to further integrate patient preferences in the decision-making process, independently of where it takes place? Think of your own stakeholders and others. So that's the big question. And what should be prioritized in the immediate and in the medium term? So these are the 2 questions that after the presentations, perhaps we could not only comment on the presentations, but really think how can we move from here? And to set the scene, we will start with the presentations so that we have enough time for the discussions. And I would propose that we start with the presentation from Joren. He's joining online. So good morning, Joren. And we will go on to learn how patient preferences can contribute to the development and regulation of medicines. Good morning, Joren. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Bruno, and thanks everyone at EMA for inviting me. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person, but I have a fever and a cold, and we still live in a time and place where I do not want to bring that to the room, of course. But I'm happy that I can share my story here. If you can move to the next slide, please. Well, throughout the healthcare sector, including, of course, in the development of drugs and devices, but also in evaluation related to marketing authorization, we already heard that patients are involved in some kind of capacity, since I guess we all agree that that is highly important, because all patients, right, they have wishes, needs, values, but they also have preferences that we should take into account whenever that is possible. However, and maybe especially looking at regulatory decisions, it's often only like one or two patients or a very small group of patients that are being heard to discuss the perspective of a whole patient population. And if we ask ourselves like how similar patients are and whether they have similar wishes, needs, values, and preferences, I think we quite soon will come to the conclusion that that is not the case. So it is not enough to include a very small group of patients to represent an entire patient population. And instead, the perspective of the population at large, including the heterogeneity that we might find in those preferences, should be included. So then how do we measure preferences? Well, of course, we can observe choices that patients make in daily life. However, to be able to draw valid conclusions based on such observations, we would need a very large sample size, which oftentimes is not realistic given the time and budget constraints that we generally face. However, these insights will also not be very helpful for drugs and devices that are not on the market yet, or for which there is no comparator on the market. So for that reason, we need to move to hypothetical scenarios. And for a long time, we've used Likert scale surveys, which, as you likely all know, show quite good internal consistency. However, when you would ask any patient, or maybe anyone in this room, how important the elements listed on the left side of this slide would be when deciding on a new drug, it's highly likely and completely understandable that they all report that everything is very important. And I guess that is completely understandable and probably also true. We do not learn so much from this exercise. We now do not know how much money patients would, for instance, be willing to pay for treatment with a significant shorter waiting time, or how much side effects patients are willing to accept for treatment with a significantly increased benefit in terms of, for instance, effectiveness. So for that reason, we need to move to pairwise comparisons. And we've defined patients' preferences as a quantification of the relative importance of different aspects of a good or service. And this has been recognized by the ISPOR community, as well as that it is included in the FDA guidance document. And if we can move to the next slide. A recent review that we've conducted as part of a PREFER study identified 23 methods for preference elicitation. And these methods were grouped, as you can see, into 4 groups, depending on the type of questions that are asked as part of the method and the range of outcomes that can be generated based on the data that is collected using these methods. And each of these methods differs greatly in terms also of complexity for the researchers, but also complexity for participants. If we move to the next slide. However, when could we use such methods, of course, to elicit preferences in such a way that it can inform decision making? Well, throughout the development of drugs and devices, there are several groups, of course, of decision makers that make critical decisions. And preferences can be included maybe in several of those decisions. And we have identified a few examples. So for instance, it might be useful early in drug development for the identification of patients' unmet medical needs, but also during clinical development. These studies can, for instance, contribute to scientific advice on patient-relevant endpoints. During regulatory approval phases, outcomes of preference studies might be able to help with the evaluation of unmet needs, but also the assessment of clinical trial endpoints and outcomes, as well as to understand the trade-offs that patients are willing to make between, on the one hand, the benefits, and on the other hand, the risks. During HTA, outcomes of preference studies might help to understand patient-relevant effect sizes, but also the relative effectiveness assessment. But for instance, also what we can do with several of these methods is to predict uptake of particular new drugs and devices. And finally, even in post-marketing stages, preference studies can be helpful for instance, reassessment of product performance on patient-relevant endpoints. If we can go to the next slide. Now, I've told you how we define patient preferences and how all kinds of methods that can be used to elicit such preferences, and where outcomes of such studies during the medical product life cycle might be helpful. However, we also have to ask ourselves what evidence is available regarding the validity and robustness of such methods, and with that also the outcomes of these methods. Well, although for some of the methods, and then particularly a discrete choice experiment, evidence-based guidelines exist, for other methods, this is not the case. And currently, there are several task forces at ISPOR, but also the International Academy of Health Preference Research and the Erasmus Choice Modeling Center that conduct methodological research to advance the knowledge that relates to these methods. And they direct towards accurate conduct of the methods, but also evidence-based guidelines. And besides that, of course, the PREFER project has just ended and published its recommendations with regard to the conduct of patient preference studies, but also the inclusion of results of such studies in decision-making for all stakeholders during the entire medical product life cycle. And this project has used a stepping stone procedure, which started with theoretical studies, but then the conduct of 12 prospective case studies, and we ended with a recommendation and a joint qualification procedure. And on this slide, you see the first main outcome of the project in terms of recommendations, and that is a framework for preference elicitation describing all the steps to be taken for a preference study, irrespective almost of the method that you use in your study. And for each of the components that are listed here and each of the steps within each of these components, a detailed description is available based on currently, and we developed that based on currently existing literature, as well as evidence from all of these prospective case studies that were part of PREFER. And this framework guides towards users towards a well-developed evidence-based preference study. We can go to the next slide. Because besides the framework for the conduct of such a study, PREFER has also issued an additional set of key messages on related topics to preference studies, of which the first is that it is crucial to involve relevant stakeholders very early in your study. This was, for instance, also shown in our own case studies where significant changes were made to the study design, but also later to materials used in the study due to patient input, but also input from other stakeholders. Because although the aim is to include the patient's voice, and we should also at the same time not forget that the evidence that we generate is also relevant for decision makers. Also, patient elicitation methods should be chosen based on, of course, your research question, but also the decision point in the medical product life cycle that the study is aiming to inform, population size, and available research resources. Psychological or psychosocial constructs or characteristics should be included in a preference study, preferably when evidence-based surveys exist. And researchers should at least consider to always include measures on health literacy and numeracy. And then finally, educational materials in preference studies should be included to familiarize respondents with the choice context and all relevant information on attributes and levels in the study. And that information should be based on the needs of participants. And at the same time, researchers should develop those materials in a much more systematic way than we might currently be doing. If we go to the next slide. So where do we go from here to ensure that we generate robust evidence on patients' preferences to be used in decision-making across this medical product life cycle? Well, first of all, to my personal opinion, there's an absolute and critical need for further research into these different methods. We need to focus on creating guidelines on measuring preferences using these methods, and at the same time, we need to boost the investigation of internal and external validity of those methods and the data that we generate. At the same time, we need to continue the dialogue with decision makers like we are doing today. We need to trust in these methods and the outcomes that these methods provide, but also continue to find ways to integrate evidence on patient preferences in actual decision making. And I think that if we take this route, that we are building towards a very solid foundation for the full integration of patients' preferences in decision making in a medical product life cycle, and even hopefully beyond. Thank you. And I think, yes, thanks.
Thank you, Joran. And please accept my apologies for not having introduced you. And in fact, the reason why you are so skilled to speak about the IMI Prefer project is because you were the academic co-lead of that project, besides being an assistant professor at the Erasmus School of Health Policy and Management. Thank you very much for your presentation. Certainly, we will have the chance to go back to your presentation. And now, without further delay, I will go to Mireille, who's sitting next to me. And Mireille is here representing, Mireille Müller, actually representing the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, FPA. So thank you, Mireille. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I will be continuing talking about Prefer. So it's a common theme here for today. So I will build really on Jorin's presentation, and I just don't know, does that work? Yes, and I went one step ahead. So patient preference data is really important and can really bring value in addition to clinical data. There are some use cases when patient preferences can be especially informative, and they can be categorized in three big buckets. The selection of endpoints in clinical development, acceptability of trade-offs when between treatment A and B, which one do I prefer? And for benefit risk decisions. So let me give you one example of the first category, endpoint selection. In the context of Prefer, we conducted patient preference studies in chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, also called COPD. It started with understanding the disease and conditions from different perspectives, including the perspective of the patient and caregivers. So qualitative studies came first, and they are really important for patient preference studies. It provided evidence on what mattered to patients, the importance of their symptoms, like mucus secretion, cough, that leads to sleep disturbance and incontinence. These are rather different to the symptoms a physician would measure, like lung function, exacerbation, hospitalization. Then the quantitative patient preference study revealed how much these symptoms mattered to the patient. early scientific advice was sought to get agreement on the study design and also on the patient-relevant outcomes. And the study was conducted in 5 countries, which helped then to inform the patient-relevant endpoints in later phase of development. So, PREFER was also a unique opportunity, as Serene eloquently showed, to build experience in patient preference studies. We really got a tremendous opportunity to showcase that patient preferences can bring value to the entire medical product life cycle. There is now a clear uptake of patient preference studies, whereas a few years ago there weren't that many available. So now we really see that people seem to be encouraged doing patient preference studies. And we have examples across different organ systems, various diseases, from orphan to more common conditions, acute versus chronic conditions, severe to milder diseases. Also different populations, from the very young patients to the very old patients. And we are able to quantify preferences based on ethnicity, cultural differences, and geographies. So what is important when you want to ensure to do a good patient preference study? First, seek scientific advice as early as possible. That's really important. You have to do that prior to starting your study. And this is even more important when the study is to support regulatory decision-making, or when it is helpful for contextualizing interpretation of clinical data. This allows really to have patient results, patient preference results, which will become really useful and informative for the decision making. And finally, to further maximize the patient preference studies, you should take on board the relevant patient preference elicitation experts, and also having patients really as research partners on your journey. So, PREFER to do a good patient preference study. PREFER developed a kind of checklist with a useful question you should ask yourself before embarking on a preference study. The first step is the use. How will this preference study will be used? It will be informative either for the regulator or for the HTA body. Then you have to ask yourself your questions on the study design. Are the method question formats acceptable? Is the reasoning behind the method selection appropriately described? And do the health authority agree? Then you have the benefit attributes. Are the benefit attributes acceptable to the regulators? Do the attributes actually adequately capture what is important to the patient? And can this be linked to clinical effect? So that are all important questions you should ask yourself, and check if the regulators are on board with it. The same holds true for risk attributes, and as well for other attributes. Other attributes could be like treatment duration, in or outpatient treatment setting, etc. And for patient population, there is also importance in ensuring that you have included the right subgroups, you have the appropriate sample size. The sample is representative of the condition you are studying. The method of recruitment is also important, and that you have also confirmation of diagnosis, and the sample should be sufficiently diverse. Finally, it ends with statistical methods and results. Will the results coming out from the statistical analysis be informative for the decision maker? So I come to the end of my presentation. So how can the use cases help for better decision making? The first aspect, with this increased awareness, I believe, and experience with patient preferences, all the concerned decision makers, being it sponsors of clinical trials, regulators, or HTAs, will have an additional tool for better decision making, complementing clinical data, as I said before. Sharing this experience transparently, especially to what is acceptable to regulators and what isn't, is important to have this continuous learning and also the continuous uptake of patient evidence, such as patient preference. And due to the uptake of patient preference studies, we hope to see increased comfort in assessing this data and use in regulatory decision making. Likewise, patient preferences can increase certainty in development. Giving input back to patients is equally important. For example, including patient evidence when relevant, such as patient preferences in the European Public Assessment Report, or on a case-by-case basis as exactly as relevant in the summary product characteristics would help the entire healthcare community. And finally, IMI Prefer provided for a better understanding of how patient evidence can be used in development for endpoint selection, in decision-making by multiple stakeholders, from regulators to HTA bodies and to payers, for trade-off decisions and benefit-risk decisions. So there is really a need to foster a transparent dialogue between all these stakeholders in a sustainable way, in having a kind of a platform like today to share experiences and progress, so that we have a learning environment. Guidance on approaches, I was not the only one asking for more guidance. So guidance on approaches and expectations would avoid duplication of efforts and disharmonized expectations, especially if you consider global development. And transparency on how patient evidence has been considered will benefit the entire society. And I end here, but I would like first to thank the entire Prefer team. Some of the representatives are here in this room, and the two qualification teams that went with the Prefer team on the journey. So thank you very much. Also, many thanks to the Scientific Advice Working Party, which has supported us since the very beginning. So thank you, especially also thank you to Spiros, who was the first, where we engaged with him on the idea of qualifying Prefer. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mireille. Certainly things to talk about during the discussion. Very good presentation. And the next speaker will be Kate Morgan. Kate is joining us online. She's Head of Policy and Access at Myeloma Patients Europe. And Kate will give us the view on patient preference research from the myeloma community as an example of a patient community. Kate, welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
So, hi everyone. So my name is Kate Morgan and I'm Head of Policy and Access here at Myeloma Patients Europe. Whilst I'm not an expert in patient preference methods, within the myeloma community we have quite a lot of experience in participating in project consortia, looking at patient preferences within patients, and also one of our driving aims is to really to one of our driving aims is to ensure that the patient voice is incorporated throughout the life cycle of medicines. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I won't go into any detail about the definitions of patient preferences because I think that was adequately covered by the previous presenters. What I really wanted to say was I think patient preference data is really important, but it's part of a wider puzzle of how we involve patients throughout the life cycle of the medicine. And so it shouldn't be seen in isolation of patient evidence incorporated as part of the regulatory process and also quality of life data. It's all part of a big puzzle which should ensure that by the time we get to decision making within the regulator or HTA body, that we have as much data from patients as possible. And I think I'm really pleased to be speaking at this workshop today because I think agreeing definitions and having open discussions about where we are with patient preferences in other types of data is really important. Next slide, please. And so on the next 3 slides, I just wanted to touch upon, from my perspective, why I think patient preferences are really important and patient preference research. I think patient preference data can really strengthen the demand side because at the end of the day, patients are the end users of medicines and we shouldn't be developing medicines that patients don't want to receive. So I think patient preference research and the data generated can really help us understand what patients want and value from their medicines and how they make decisions. And also it can help us take a deeper dive into different experiences and perspectives and wants from their treatment. I think it can be easy to make assumptions about what patients want, and I think patient preferences help us sort of address those assumptions. An example of a study, so we piloted methodology within MPE. In Myeloma UK worked with the EMA and the University of Groningen to test a multi-criteria decision-making analysis to elicit the preferences of 560 myeloma patients and looking at the benefits and risks of treatment. And what the study found was that patients who had children, were younger and working, gave higher weight to more severe and life-threatening toxicity, as did patients who had previously experienced severe side effects. They were more likely to rank them higher than other patients, which shows that there are factors at play within decision-making of patients, aside from kind of surviving at any cost. Next slide, please. An additional factor, I think, for patient preferences and why they're important, and particularly in the area of myeloma, where we have a very complex treatment pathway. There are many different combinations. Patients are almost treated chronically until they become refractory to treatment. And patient preference methods can really help you explore the nuances of how patients make decisions across the pathway. An example is a discrete choice experiment run by our member Myeloma UK, looking at 475 patients, again, looking at how they make decisions about different treatment options. And what it found was that the patients diagnosed in the last 5 years had a greater emphasis on survival versus those who had been diagnosed for longer, which shows that the patients do have different preferences throughout the disease pathway. Next slide, please. And the final example, and I've mentioned assumptions before, but I think patient preference studies can really help us overcome assumptions about what we think patients prefer. And another study, and this hasn't been done in Europe, but this is an example from Australia, which looked at the differences between patients, carers, haematologists and nurses. And whilst all stakeholders gave priority to overall survival, they found that patients and that physicians placed overall survival a higher importance than patients. And I think what this shows is that if we want to know what patients think, we need to ask them. Next slide, please. So in this slide, I just wanted to go through how I think patient preference data can be used. I won't go through all of the points because I think they've been covered really nicely through the IMI Prefer guidelines. But I think where patient preference data is helpful is at every stage from the discussion around unmet need through to approval of medicines. You can use it to ask, is this treatment acceptable to patients? And if it isn't, why are we bringing these drugs to market? They can frame regulatory and reimbursement decisions nicely. And I think one point that's not addressed really within the IMI Prefer guidelines, because that's focused around regulatory and reimbursement. But I think within clinical practice for doctors and healthcare professionals, I think it's really important that they have access to patient preference data where they can use that to frame discussions that they have with patients in front of them to make sort of personalised decisions. Next slide, please. And this is my final slide, and I wanted to pull out some of the key lessons and experiences that we've had in piloting different techniques and working with different stakeholders on patient preferences. Firstly, and I think that this was mentioned as part of the previous presentation, I think understandability is a key issue with some of the patient preference methods. So the surveys are sometimes very long. Some of the methods, particularly multi-criteria decision-making analysis and swing weighting, could be very complex and difficult for patients to understand. And what we found is that that some questions are very emotive for patients, particularly if you're asking them and they're heavily pre-treated and you're asking them questions about survival. And I think it's very important to involve patients and patient groups in the design of studies to make sure that they're fit for purpose and patient friendly. Secondly, once you have the data, I think interpretability and applicability are issues that we've identified. So once we have the data, is it a robust sample? And what constitutes a robust sample, and how can that influence decision making? And if you have data gathered from one country, can you apply it to others? Or do you need to run the same experiment in many different countries? And also, how do the patient preferences change over time? So if you run a study 2 years ago, for example, can you use that in decision making now? And these are all questions that I think everyone has, and we just need to work together to address them. And thirdly, I think around the general sort of responsibility and strategy for generating this type of data. And I think in the myeloma community, it's happened, the data generation has happened in very small pockets to date. And the questions have all been pilots, and there's not really a clear strategy for where we want to get to. And I think that's an alignment is a key point, I think, in terms of identifying the questions and how we get to the data that's useful. Who's responsible for generating these types of studies? So is it industry, is it patient groups, is it potentially the EMA or HTA bodies that should be working to generate this type of data? And also what questions are useful for the EMA and HTA bodies in industry for patients to be asking our community to address? And these are all sort of general questions that I think we need to ask and answer. And I think clear guidance and collaboration is needed. So just in terms of a final point, I think patient preference data, as I mentioned at the start, is really important, and it's part of a wider puzzle of ensuring that we generate the right types of data throughout the life cycle. And I think a core theme is alignment and collaboration across different stakeholders to make sure that we're asking the right questions, we're generating useful data and involving patients at the right time points. And so thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Kate. Brilliant. And it's good to see these three presentations. They all have common words that start to pop up, like dialogue, collaboration, design, study design. So it's interesting to get a pattern here and see how we can move forward. Without further delay, it's time to open the floor for discussion. But before, we have two panelists here with us to kick off and to do their introductory statements. I would give the floor first to Maggie. Maggie Goldbright is a project manager in the HTA division of the French National Authority for Health. She's joining us online. Maggie?
Thank you, Bruno, for the introduction. Yes, so I'm a
Hello.
project manager in the HTA department, and I hope you can hear me okay. I'm primarily working on UNETA. I'm not able to really speak about UNETA today because our guidelines for patient involvement and everything are not yet finalized. Nevertheless, regarding HTA bodies, we are interested in the patient preference studies, and indeed, some of us even participated as stakeholders in the IMI Prefer project that has been presented a couple of times this morning. The data, the patient preference data is not really part of daily HTA work yet. And by this, I mean, it's not really something that we're seeing submitted that frequently in the submission packages that we receive. Although taking HAS as an example, I know and could confirm that if this information were submitted to us, it would be evaluated as part of the submission dossier, like all other data that is submitted. And I'd also like to mention, as noted by several of the speakers today, that the data is a support for decision making, or like the valorization of outcomes, for example. And this isn't really the domain of HTA or the future HTA joint productions. I think that there needs to be some more discussion and research into exactly how the data can be implemented for HTA. But there's definitely the interest, and especially also for national appraisals, for HTA bodies to receive this data, and they see it as a complement to the patient-reported outcomes, which are becoming more and more present in their daily work, and obviously as an interesting element of patient input. And so in the interest of time, I will stop there so that we can have more discussion.
Thank you very much. You gave us already enough food for thought. But without further delay, I give the floor to Francesco Pignati, EMA, and also the head of oncology and hematology, but also the person who, from the regulatory side, introduces to Prefer here also to our committee. So you are the right person to continue with this panel.
Thank you, Bruno. And it's really encouraging to see how much alignment there is on the importance of such studies. And then you ask yourself, okay, but then why are we not flooded by patient preference studies in our regulatory submissions? And why, as Imer Cook said, this is still something we are actively encouraging. And I look back at how I approached the subject, and I was coming from medical school, the doctor knows best attitude, and I had some skepticism for this type of data. And it was Larry Phillips from the London School of Economics who worked with us on the framework for benefit risk that really introduced me to this data. And becoming familiar with it and changing this culture, understanding that yes, there is a subjective element to our decisions, but it doesn't mean that it has to be implicit, but it can be measured in a scientific way, was a major revelation for me. And I think we all have to go through this culture change, and I think different stakeholders do it at different pace. And I think Prefer has done a great job in putting patient preference data on the map. And so now at least we know what we're talking about. And we can refer to that. But when I asked directly, I tried to answer what Bruno said, what can we do now? As regulators, what can we do? And I ask industry, so why you're not submitting in every application this type of data? Well, there are the cultural issues and so on, but there are also concrete things where we could do something. And they say, well, first of all, you have to tell us what is going to be the impact label. Like, why are we submitting this data if it's not going to end up in the label? And I can reassure you that we have places in the label, in our assessment reports, in the ICH guideline on how to submit benefit risk related data, where there is a clear space for this, and where this, in fact, has been successfully included a number of times. Just look at PRO data in our summary of product characteristics. So that shouldn't be a problem. The other thing that we hear is we lack guidance. You know, we need more detail. We have a line in the ICH, you can submit this data, but really, how shall we do this? And I think there's going to be a section later on today really focusing on the ICH process. I think there is a tremendous opportunity here to develop harmonized guidelines. And again, PREFER has really paved the way in bringing not just the framework, but also points to consider on how to choose different methods and so on. And it's really good. Now, as regulators, what can we do? Yeah, develop guidance. One thing that we need to be very careful here is that we can over-regulate with guidance. And so we need to come up with proportionate guidance that does not suffocate these studies, which on the contrary, at the moment, need to flourish. So we need to watch our let's say, our over regulation, and industry has to watch that then those requirements are not over-interpreted. And that's very important. So, and the last thing, what methods should we use? We hear that people are struggling. There are many methods and we don't know which one to use. Well, I think there is still a lot of work to be done here. And at the moment, we shouldn't quibble so much whether method A is better than method B, but moving from a situation where we are not using methods, I think any method is really, that has some form of validity, as PREFER has described, is better than nothing. But the work has to continue. And if you look at our regulatory science strategy, preference studies, PROs feature very prominently, and we have to continue this. And on this, my last point, I was fortunate enough to work with the University of Groningen, Douwe Postmus, Hans Hillege, and others to conduct some patient preference studies ourselves. And we were able to set up very quickly studies that not only studied the content, but also were able to bring some, let's say, methodological innovation. Now, how was this possible? Through collaboration with patient organizations. So this is a tremendous partner in all the future work for patient preference research. We've worked with the Melanoma Patient Network Europe, with Myeloma UK. You've heard Kate about this incredible experience, Myeloma Patients Europe. And at each time, the collaboration with patients was fundamental in achieving very efficiently and something very relevant. So this is something that we need to continue to work on. And I think the word collaboration, everybody has stressed it, is really the key word to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. And this is exactly to the point. I see the first hand raised there. So please, you have the floor.
I'm Josie Drabwell from IPOP. Well, this is hugely interesting. And Mireille already touched upon the different populations. And you said from pediatrics down to elderly. But I think, especially with chronic diseases and orphan diseases, there is an awful lot in between. And I wondered if perhaps one of the methods would be to include the onset, the progression, the survival, and the quality of life questions. Because when you're diagnosed at 20, you might feel completely different to when you're diagnosed at 40 or 60. And I think there has to be a differentiation. And I was wondering if that was going to be included in any future studies. And also, Bruno, you said, what could the EMA do? Well, I think maybe one thing could be to set a minimum standard of what patient preferences studies should include. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lucia Dapote.
Thank you. And to comment. Thank you, Francesco, for your comments. So you're right. I mean, that the lack of clarity or regulatory acceptance in the risk-benefit decision, as you have seen in the slide that I presented, that is 78% of our respondents said that. But it's time to move beyond that, beyond the challenge, and find a solution together. And thank you for highlighting that kind of willingness to provide clarity around where that consideration can end up in the label for the different cases. Now, it's a matter of finding what is the platform for that dialogue to happen, because if industry doesn't have that kind of clarity or reassurance somewhere in that kind of interaction and dialogue, then the sort of lack of clarity will remain there and generate into the environment a sense of sort of no predictability, and so we are standing still. So all of these aspects are part of the platform dialogue that we are asking, to put together so that we can continue this dialogue. And thank you also to Sabine for providing a nice example before in the other session about what is the process in prac. I mean, we didn't know that. It was not clear for patient. It was not clear for us either. So this is actually the kind of discussion that we need to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Kaisa, and then I will move to that side for a while. Kaisa.
Thank you so much. It's a really fascinating discussion, and I'm just going to take up the point of Francesco Pignatti here about the importance of patients' organizations as partners. I fully subscribe to that, and I believe that's a necessity, but then there will be issues that will need to be clarified and sorted out regarding the capacity of patient organizations to, if this kind of work is going to be multiplying, to participate, and the resourcing of it, because most patient organizations do not have access to public funding, and if the funding comes from industry, then we are faced with barriers down the line. So I think we also need to have a conversation about what resourcing and how do these impact our various roles in the entire product life cycle. Thank you.
Very good. Before I move to the other side of the room, Kate, you raised your hand online, right?
Yes, so I would agree with Kaisa, but I also wanted to just pick up Francesco's point, and so that it isn't just about industry guidance. I think patient groups, we're very willing, able and capable of gathering these types of data, but I think clarity on the types of questions that are useful to the EMA and HTA would be really helpful. And a thought I had was maybe kind of scientific advice or early dialogues would be a place for all stakeholders to sit down at the start of a regulatory assessment, or even before, and discuss what are the questions in patient data that we need to generate on this medicine, and how do we collaborate to do that? Because I think partnership's really important, and open dialogue really early on as possible is key.
Thank you, Kate. Now I move to my left-hand side. There in the back, first, please.
Hi, I'm Russell Wheeler, patient advocate. I think in answer to Francesco's question, it's actually quite simple. I think patient preferences should be mandatory for applications, frankly. EMA does a fantastic job on safety. It does a pretty good job on efficacy. But let's start talking and thinking about applicability, because there is no point in approving treatments that patients don't actually want. And I think we have to include this in it. At which stage, if you ask the question, at which stage is it appropriate not to focus on patient preferences? The answer is none. And so really, at some point, we need to move to a mandatory inclusion. Thank you.
Important comment. Thank you very much. I keep my eyes on the left side, and there was another raising hand, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Marila Navrana from the European Heart Network, also from the patient side. It is a very interesting discussion, everything around preferences and their use, and I totally agree on the importance of the preferences to be included in all the steps. And everybody in the room has already stated the value of it for all stakeholders. Now, on your question around what EMA can do and what regulators can do, indeed, I would like to strengthen what Josie mentioned, set a set of minimum requirements that are acceptable and actually provide some clarity on the questions that are useful for the regulator and useful for the HTA bodies. But also, in addition to that, raise some visibility on use cases, whether use cases that have been helpful and valuable for the process, and cases and some examples that were not necessarily helpful by giving us like a concrete example of what has worked and what doesn't work and why. And then we can strengthen the whole multi-stake dialogue that we're all talking about here about how we can actually move on together and have this common understanding around practicalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will move to my right-hand side. Mark, please.
Mark Turner, European Academy of Pediatrics. I heard two key points. One was the need for appropriate engagement at every stage of the process, and also the need for psychometrically valid approaches. And so I can only emphasize that the psychometrics needs to be done very carefully in people who haven't achieved the majority yet. And yeah, in answer to the point about how do we deal with multiple patient groups, the answer to that is research infrastructures. And we do have an ecosystem of research infrastructures, which is particularly rich for pediatrics. And so that may be one way that some specific questions do need to go to patient groups, but some generic questions, such as how to work with 5-year-olds or 7-year-olds or 22-year-olds, whatever, they can be handled generically by research infrastructures in partnership with specific patient groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Very good. François was next.
Thank you, François Ordis. I think your ideas to discuss the patient preferences in the label EPAR and SMPC are excellent. And I think I remember, Francesco, after in one of the IMI Protect discussions at the DIA, you went as far as saying only when we will be able to explain patient preferences in the package leaflet itself and in the medicines overview, then we will know if we fully understand and fully trust the data and know how to use it. But and what is clear also is that there are so many dimensions that can be added to benefit risk that are relevant to patients, the ease of use, but also social aspects. It's clear that the same techniques can also inform HTA experts when assessing the technology after you. And there will be cases where these patient preferences will go in the opposite direction of the regulators. Could be both ways. You could find that the benefit risk is positive, but the patients would say, no, we're not interested by this product, or the opposite. And maybe in such situations, particularly if the methods used are rigorous and robust, maybe we should foresee some public hearings to make sure that everybody has an understanding what their respective data say and how to solve these difficult situations, because we will have those situations.
Very good. I had one hand raised from Roseanne.
Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. My name is Rosanna. I'm from the University of Leuven, and I find particularly interesting and important, I think, will be ongoing discussion also with HTA representatives. And here, I think, is a really important opportunity to already talk really early on at the stage of evidence generation requirements for that, and has been highlighted already several times, scientific advice and joint scientific advice, where I think the discussion could be really about what are the endpoints, outcome measures, even PRO as instruments that should be included, and here preference data from surveys already published in scientific literature that reveal really what matters to patients, qualitative, quantitative data, can inform these discussions aside from prior clinical trial evidence, for example. And here I think interaction between regulators and HTA will be important. And then also perhaps on the level of guidance development, which has also been highlighted, going further on prefer framework, but also I also fully agree with the aspect that more experience is needed in order to ensure that the guidance is perhaps not too strict at this stage, so that it really contributes to more patient preference, that is more experience, and that several hypotheses maybe can be tested out further. And then maybe a more low-hanging or fruit, what I thought in a way to go forward, is also to be more transparent, but not only on the side of the regulator, but also when patient experience data, including preferences, is being submitted towards the regulator. And here I saw in the presentation that it was used to revise a clinical trial protocol and revise the endpoint, but really that's really explicitly mentioned how did the patient's preference, was it gathered in the first place, and how did it inform what was changed or so. So also transparency in that. And the methods used, for example, I think will help. And then the regulator will have an important role in really requiring these types of elements to be included in the submissions, I think, as well.
Yeah, thank you. And if all this is put together, it will make easier for the downstream regulators also to be more involved, to do their own uptake, and probably the upstream stakeholders will also be more prone to develop these kind of studies. Thank you very much. Jan, and then Angela will close this very short.
Thank you. Just wanted to go back to some comments made. When we speak about regulatory revision and what could be in the regulation, I would not say exactly the same as Russell. I would not say that patient preferences studies should be systematic. I will be broader by saying that it's more patient experience evidence. We need to be systematic. Then we need to look at which type of studies. Is it the patient preferences? Is it a patient-reported outcome? Is it patient-reported experience type of measures? And the study made by the industry with FPI and UCOP that Lucia reported on is interesting because it says some positive elements like the fact that HTA payers accepted the pediatric evidence data submitted. 78% of them say that it is accepted by HTA payers. So that's very positive. And also that the tools that exist, the methodological tools from Transcelerate or Paradigm or Prefer are being known and used by them. So we have that, which is positive. So for me, the question is more how we bring it to the fore. So how we make it systematic or we bring it to the fore. And this is where I'm not sure I fully understand the proposal of industry or of a platform of dialogue, which is a platform of dialogue. I don't figure out exactly what would be. But from our perspective, I can say that certainly scientific advice is a right place. And again, if I may, it's a proposal of yours we'll always come back to, but we need a more early dialogue, which is multi-stakeholder, with the regulators, with HTA, with clinicians, with patients, particularly in the field of rare disease or unmet medical needs. We need to discuss together what we know, what we don't know. Do we need natural history study? Do we need a registry? Do we have it in place? Are we clear about the clinical endpoints? Are we clear about the surrogate endpoints? Are we clear about the patients-reported outcome measures, patients-reported experience, and patient preferences? And I think it's in that context that we can have a well-informed early dialogue to see where to go and where to focus the energy, but also the mobilization, I would say, of the voluntary patients participating and the investment.
Thank you. It's again the big puzzle, and all the pieces are together, and patient preferences are just one of the pieces. Angela, you will end the session, but it's your turn to have the floor.
Thank you very much. Angela Bradshaw, Alzheimer Europe. I think there's been a lot of very valid points raised, and I just wanted to make a call for considering and looking beyond the patient to community and culture. I think there is an acknowledged lack of inclusion of diverse opinions and minority ethnic groups in clinical trials, in clinical studies. And when we're thinking about patient preference elicitation, we really need to consider those contexts and make sure that they achieve a prominence and prioritization that mean we can reach all communities and hear all voices. So if we're establishing minimum standards and guidance and looking at use cases, we would really encourage looking in particular at use cases, guidance, and standards that consider that perspective.
That is extremely important, and it's also one way of making sure that we bring this perspective into a new area, where in others we know that we are probably late to do that. We're still trying to do that, but it's a very valid and very important call for attention, Angela. It makes perfect sense. Are there any other comments very fast? I think we are 3 minutes past our time, but we managed to make this a very interactive session. And most of all, it allowed us to collect your thoughts, your views. And I hope that in session 6, I will be able to summarize them, but still, I think we have enough material. And I would really like to thank all the panelists, all the speakers for arranging this session with your slides, with your preparation. And probably you haven't seen there were many backup slides. There is a lot of work behind. So and we will use that later on when this workshop will have probably a briefing book or an outcome. So again, thank you very much for this. And for all the colleagues online, you might not believe this, but your participation was as live as you were here, but you were still missed, of course. So thank you very much. And in the session, I give the floor to Juan.
Thank you, Bruno, and all for this excellent discussion. So we can break briefly for coffee. So we have foreseen 10 minutes, and that's already brief. So we can be back at 12:15, but we need to be sharp. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone. While the people in the room are still returning from the coffee break, I think it's my pleasure to start the next session, which is on patient-reported outcomes. And this is obviously a very important topic. And the interesting thing is that as a cardiometabolic assessor, as I used to be, it was always for me like a little far away. We had lipids, we had blood pressure, and we had DEF, and that was easy to assess. But increasingly, the realization obviously came also in that area that it's important to look at what the patient now really thinks is important, and that towards the end of life, maybe other things start to become relevant. So it really gives me pleasure, because when I was saying that cardiometabolic and PROs is something relatively that evolved over time, I think my colleague André Elfrink, who's also with the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board, I forgot to introduce again myself, I'm Peter Mol, I'm with the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board, and both also in academia as a professor of drug regulatory science, talking about all kind of things that come to the regulator and how to implement that, what is the value of this, and what new tools come to us. So my colleague André Elfrink at the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board, and a colleague of me also in the Scientific Advice Working Party and as chair of the Central Nervous System Working Party, really talking about a very different field of diseases, but actually telling me, but this is what we always have done. We've always asked the patient. Pain is clearly something that you ask also in trials to the patient what they experience. And so I think this is a very good introduction for us also today on, okay, where are we talking of, and how are these PROs really seen, and what is the scope of that? So André, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Well, I've been asked to set the scene, so I will start the scene. And the next slide, please. The most simple question, in fact, is what are patient-reported outcomes? Okay, what are patient-reported outcomes? Actually, it's everything the patient reports. And that's quite simple. And even if the physician or the investigator asks the patient, but does not influence the patient, or have not to check to score how a patient walks or that sort of thing, it's a patient-reported outcome. Yeah. And one of the most simple ones is I talk about it later, is CGI-C. I talk about that later. But we also have, and most people, if you think about patient-reported outcomes, think of quite complex. We have quality of life. Now, quality of life, for instance, the EU quality of life 5-dimension questionnaire. It's a very broad questionnaire, having very much dimensions, 4 to 5 dimensions, and does not necessarily always score signs and symptoms of a disease, but more the impact of the signs and symptoms. I come back to that later. But it's a very large container concept, and if you speak about it, you need to specify for each condition you study what actually is behind these questionnaires, I would say. And then we have the health-related quality of life. I think regulators are more keen on that because then they can relate signs and symptoms to somewhat more broader concepts like ADL, functioning and well-being. But the point to make here is that if you talk about quality of life or talk about health-related quality of life, the distinction is not always clear. There's a large overlap, and actually you are, at least as an assessor, you are forced to go back in what is behind those questionnaires. And there are a lot of patient-reported outcomes, from a simple pain scale to a dyspepsia symptom severity test, to a patient global impression of change, to can you adjust my slides as well then? Because I've only the half. But the multiple sclerosis walking scale, and the most famous one is the European Quality of Life Scale. Can I have the next slide, please? Oh, sorry. Yes. Here you see an example of three quite different patient-reported outcomes. The one we always use, and we used for 30 years or 50 years because there's no other way, is the pain score. Quite simple, either 0 to 100 millimeters scale, or these for children, these faces. Yeah. In the right corner, you have the multiple sclerosis walking scale, the 12 items, and you see this questionnaire where you score several functions on a semi-quantitative scale. And in the bottom, you have your patient global impression of change. And why I mention that is the patient global impression of change is a very unspecific scale. It just says if someone is improved or not improved in a semi-quantitative way. And it can be used applied to any disease where at least you expect on symptomatic treatment an improvement or you expect a worsening. Yeah. Why I'm saying that is because if you look at the 12-minute, the 12 MS, what is the walking scale? But it was developed very recently. We didn't know actually what it means. What means a 6-point score? What means a change in 2 points? If you improve 2 points, what means that? And there the patient clinical impression of change comes in. In the validation process, the developer of the walking questionnaire was able to show that about 5 to 7 points difference improvement corresponds to a shift in this global impression, and that at least means that 5 points is perceived as a benefit by the patient, and that's a way how first of all how to validate the scale, but also how we in general assess a benefit on the clinical outcome if it's a scale or if it's another clinical outcomes like the UPDS UPDS Unified Parkinson questionnaire. Okay. And here you see the quality of life scale for Parkinson's disease. Two substrates, the slides on the left side of the table on the left side is just one expert, one part of it, but it has several dimensions. It has symptoms, it has activity of daily life, etc., etc. But then the scale becomes very complex, and that is nice because it covers all. Drawback often is that you see a change or a difference in treatment, placebo versus active treatment of 2 points, and nobody knows what it is. Is it the ADL? Is it driven by the signs of symptoms? That sort of things, and that are questions we are wrestling with in the if we assess these kind of scales. Well, this is then the European Quality of Life Scale, and that is even more removed on the signs of symptoms. And we will need a link or a linkage or a connection between signs and symptoms and in the end, the activity of daily life or even quality of life. Okay. Patient-reported outcomes are very important because in the end, and that's my belief, that's what matters. Yeah? It's a perceived benefit for the patient what matters. Yeah? It is independent from the patient, from the physician. It's really the sufferer who assess the impact of a treatment. That's one thing. The other thing is quite subjective. And that I remember a patient representative during a discussion meeting in the Scientific Advice Working Party, and he said, well, the patient suffered from narcolepsy. And he said, well, I'm so keen on having a new treatment that is more beneficial than what I have tried before. I will fill in the questionnaire very badly because then I can enter the trial. Yeah, that's subjectivity. And you can imagine, and that's about the high variability, if more patients are doing that, you need much more patients to show an effect because your variability will increase. Also, even in more complex patient-reported outcome, quality of life, etc., can be driven by one sign or symptom. Again, I remember a patient representative in a discussion meeting in the Scientific Advice talking about rheumatoid arthritis, and there were an awful lot of scales, questionnaires, quality of life, fatigue, activity of daily life. And in the end, the patient said, well, I don't care a damn about it. It's the pain who does it. I have a lot of pain. And if I have no pain, I have my activity of daily life, I have lost my fatigue, and I have an improved quality of life. Just in this sense, all these scales, at least in the perception of that patient, is driven by one thing, and that is just get rid of that pain. And that's, I think we should realize that. Okay. Pros are not always very sensitive to change. An exception is the pain score, because that's not a millimeter score, that sort of thing. It's quite sensitive. But if you talk about the Parkinson quality of life scale, you see very modest changes from baseline. And personally, I think that is because I had a lot of dimensions and is diluting things. But at least it makes the interpretation of the change on such scale very difficult. And there we need the global impression of change. We also should be aware that the quality of life often is not interchangeable. If you look at the European quality of life dimension, I think a score of 5 is different if you talk about rheumatoid arthritis than if you talk about an oncolytic agent. So you cannot compare that, in my opinion. Okay, let's go on. Oh, yeah.
Andre, can you wrap up, please?
Okay, well, this is quite simple. You have to a patient-reported outcome is a clinical outcome scale, has to be validated, and that's a whole discipline on its own. And there's a lot to do. You cannot simply say, well, I have patient-reported outcome and can I use it tomorrow? I think you can use it after 1 year if you have done all these things. I will not go on. This is an important thing. And that's then also my last slide, I would say. Here you see a comparison of non-pro, the Unified Parkinson Disease Rating Scale, the pro I just mentioned, and some quality of life scales. And the point to make here is, if you show an effect on all, a product will be approved. Yeah? And maybe you also can indicate, especially the CGI, but put it in the SPC, the labeling, because it also covers the perceived benefit. Yeah? For the PDOQ, it hardly has been done because the differences are small, they are highly significant, but we don't know what it means. Yeah? But look at the last row. If you have an enormous impact on the quality of life, but it is not reflected in signs and symptoms, I don't know what medication I would approve. Actually, it could be heroin, or it could be neurotrophic agents who increases your mood, or that sort of things. So that's usually the problem is patient-reported outcomes. We are not the primary endpoint. How to assess, how to weight it so that it can become in the labeling. It will be used in the. That's the last thing I do. It will be used in the discussion on the benefit risk. It will be used in the effect table. It will be used in support of supporting the primary endpoint. But the labeling is another question. I stop here.
Thank you, Andrea Vinke. So now we've had the regulatory perspective on PROs, or how they could be used and or how they are seen. I think now it's really up to Carla Torre, who's going to make sense of what have regulators actually been doing with these data and how have they interpreted that in their decision making. And Carla Torre is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Pharmacy of the University of Lisbon, but she's also a co-opted member at the CHMP, where she's really the expert on the real world and pharmacoepi data. Carla, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank to EMA for the invitation. For me, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I'm going to present an example of the PRO data generation in practice. And this is a study entitled A Review of Patient-Reported Outcomes Used for Regulatory Approved of Oncology Products between 2007 and 2020. So I don't have conflicts of interest to declare, but I would like to emphasize that this is a study that was conducted at University of Lisbon. This is actually a study from a master's student of regulation and evaluation of medicines and health products, and this study was recently published. So I will just brief some results for the sake of time, but if you have interest in this study, so here you have the reference. So just a flavor of the background. So as we all acknowledge, cancer diseases and their respective treatment regimens are often associated with significant negative symptoms, side effects, functional limitations, etc. So in this context, a collection of patient-reported outcomes in clinical trials has gained special interest and is recommended for various regulatory agencies worldwide, such as EMA, FDA, etc. And they can provide evidence to support medicines approval, labeling, and marketing claims. So in light of this, this study aimed to analyze the data based on PRO of new oncology indications that would grant a marketing authorization in EU between 2007 and 2020, and also we aim to identify PRO-related label claims granted. So just a little bit of methodology that we use. So 2 independent researchers reviewed all the oncology indications that were approved between the study period. Overall, 128 oncology indications were included in this review that corresponded to 76 different drugs. And here you can see that 86 correspond to new indications and 42 to line extensions. And for all these new oncology indications, 2 independent researchers reviewed the European Public Assessment Report, EPAR, and look at the summary of product characteristics, the SMPC, in order to identify the use of patient-reported outcomes and patient-reported outcomes claims in the label. So 100 of oncology indications that were reviewed in our study included patient-reported outcomes in the confirmatory clinical trials. 37 was supported by double-blind RCT. 63 of these indications was supported by open-label, and we can discuss about this later, by open-label trials. And out of 100 204 confirmatory trials. So we have a drug that could have more than one confirmatory trials. Patient-reported outcome was defined as the secondary endpoint in 60 studies, so roughly 58%, exploratory, and roughly 30% of the oncology indications. So in terms of the patient-reported outcome measures that was selected, so a total of 54 different measures were used. Of those, the large majority were disease-specific measures. So a large majority of the trials use much than one patient-reported outcome measures, and we find that a total of 240 patient-reported outcome measures were used across the 100 indications with patient-reported outcome data. So here in this table is depicted the patient-reported outcome measures that we use most often, and also in the second column, the number of times that were really used. So as we can see, the patient-reported outcome measures relied more often in the EORTC models and followed by FACIT, that are disease-specific patient-reported outcomes. But here I would like to emphasize, because somehow it was raised this morning, the use of EQ5D. So that was used in roughly 2/3 of the indications, and it was used 70 times. And this is a generic patient-reported outcomes, and is more often, as we all know, for the purpose of HTA. So in terms of SMPC claims, of the total of the approved oncology indications, we found out that 70% of indications included patient-reported outcomes in the label, and the majority corresponded to solid tumors. Half of them was supported by randomized clinical trials, 10 by double-blind RCTs, and 1 by open-label single-arm trial study. Patient-reported outcomes was selected as a secondary endpoint in the roughly 73% of the studies, and exploratory in roughly 80% of the studies, as both secondary and exploratory in 9%. When we look at the European Public Assessment Report, we look at the comments that were provided for not included patient-reported outcomes in the label. So, and we could find that these comments were raised for 34 of indications, and for a total of 20, no reasons for claim refusal was identified at the Public Assessment Report. So just a little bit of detail about the reasons for patient-reported outcome label exclusion that were identified in this public assessment report. So here we can see that were actually main 4 pillars for refusal of patient-reported outcomes in the label. First of all, the study conduct, the patient-reported outcome selection, the missing data, and the study design. And the most often reported is related to the study design, namely, as Andre mentioned in the presentation earlier, careful is needed when using in open label design, but concerns were raised also to missing data and about the clinical relevance of the patient-reported outcomes that was used. So in conclusion, despite growing recognition on the value of the patient-reported outcome data for the development of improved cancer therapies, patient-reported outcome implementations remains a real challenge. Between the study period that we studied, EMA granted patient-reported outcome label for 22 of indications, that represents 70%. However, we found that 78% of the new indications for oncology included patient-reported outcomes. When look For an early period, namely between 2012 and 2016, we can find a higher use of patient-reported outcome in the recent times, but a lower use in what comes to label. But careful interpretation should be done because the drugs are not the same. But the thing that I would like to emphasize, the patient-reported outcome is not enough per se to be included in the label. So a lot of key concerns were identified regarding patient-reported outcome implementation, including the rationale, the study conduct, namely the data collection, training, management, etc., study design, missing data, and finally patient-reported outcome measure selection. So as a take-home message, I would say that while patient-reported outcome implementation remains a challenge, there is added value benefits for the use, namely for research, namely for clinical practice, to support HTA decisions, and ultimately to enhance healthcare system. But robustness, methodological robustness consistent of outcome reporting. So a lot of effort should be put in the pre-planned protocol. Mitigation bias strategy should be early implemented and also should be aligned with early dialogue with regulatory agencies are paramount. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources and it won't benefit the patients at the end of the day, which is our main purpose. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions in the end.
Thank you, Carla. And being someone from the glass half full, I see that your review really helps us understand, okay, where does it fit and where didn't it fit? And that we make better use of those 78% of PROs in RCTs or in trials performed. So I think that is something which we will have to take forward after today's meeting. So a pleasure for me now to introduce Ebony Deschel-Herrier, who's representing the European Association of Bioindustry, Europa Bio, but who is a patient engagement and outcomes research officer at the BioMarin company, but she's also previously worked or held positions at the FDA, and I think she will really give us another perspective again on PROs. Please, Ebony.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. I'd like to continue our conversation by discussing challenges and opportunities associated with clinical outcome assessment, implementation, and utility to support medical product development. To begin, I'll highlight aspects of how far we've come and where we can go to ensure broader adoption of the patient perspective to inform regulatory decision-making, specifically using COAs. For 2 decades, there's been increased global recognition of the need to generate reliable and valid data reflecting patients' experiences, perspectives, needs, and priorities to support medical product development. Specifically, we've even advanced as a field to understand that insights can actually be generated from multiple stakeholders. While there is value in evidence gathered through self-report or PROs that we've been discussing this morning, we recognize this may not be possible in some populations, for instance, in young pediatric populations or in those who are impaired to the point where self-report may not be fully reliable or consistently reliable. So there is value in data beyond PROs. In fact, outcomes as assessed by patients, caregivers, and clinicians that's generated through all types of clinical outcome assessments are viewed as increasingly important to evaluate relevant outcomes that are meaningful. Now, for those who may be unfamiliar, there are 4 main types of clinical outcome assessments. PROs, which we've been talking about today, measuring concepts that can only be observed or felt by the patient, like symptom severity. Clinician-reported outcomes, which evaluate concepts that can be observed and require clinical judgment, like severity of skin excoriations or swelling, like edema. Thirdly, there's observer-reported outcomes, which measure concepts that are observable by caregivers or others in daily life. This is outside of the healthcare setting. And lastly, we have performance outcomes, which require observation of a patient's function by performing a set of defined tasks in the clinical setting. Now let's go to the second point on this slide. In addition to acceptance of broad data generated through multiple COAs, we see there's also a more global scope now, with increased emphasis on global harmonization to advance COA measurement standards. There's been a push to harmonize our approach on how to generate patient-centered insights that are methodologically sound and fit for purpose for regulated industry and regulatory authorities. Finally, there have been increased efforts to help optimize initiatives and partnerships to enable collective development of fit-for-purpose COAs that can support regulatory decision-making. As we all know, development of instruments that meet rigorous measurement standards is costly and time-consuming. Therefore, partnerships have been encouraged to increase tool development efficiency. Yet these are not without their limitations. For instance, they are labor-intensive. The initiative timelines may not align with product development timing. Therefore, there is room for collaboration on these efforts to increase efficiencies. As outlined in the 2020 ICH reflection paper on patient-focused drug development proposed by EMA and FDA, incorporation of broad perspectives through clinical outcome assessments, or COAs, can in fact improve the quality, relevance, safety, and efficiency of drug development and can inform regulatory decision-making. We can all agree it's important to use COAs in clinical trials to assess the patient experience. However, what makes a COA suitable for use in a trial to measure clinical benefit? COA evidentiary standards are understood by experts. However, articulation, evaluation, and application of these standards to support regulatory decisions can be viewed as incongruent across regulatory bodies. As we can see here on this slide, current standards indicate COAs need to be deemed reliable and valid to measure concepts they are supposed to measure in a specific population and need to be able to detect a treatment effect and change over time within the context of a trial. On face, these standards seem relatively straightforward. However, we see variability in interpretation of these standards within the context of global regulatory review. At a high level, EMA and the FDA have been found to have high concordance in decisions on marketing approvals, yet some divergence remains, especially as it relates to differences in agencies' conclusions about efficacy to support the application. What is increasingly clear is that there are perceived differences in the extent to which COAs have been considered as sufficient measurement of efficacy in regulatory decisions. Perhaps this is because the evidentiary bar has been set too high for COA evidence that is deemed suitable to support labeling claims. How can we reduce this barrier at EMA, though? First, there is need for more staff with subject matter expertise to evaluate the nuanced evidence submitted in order to apply enough regulatory flexibility in the evaluation of COA data. There also needs to be a reframing of a mindset so that COAs are not routinely discounted in comparison to clinical parameters. COA data should be prioritized in the benefit risk assessment in order to increase COA labeling claims. Lastly, despite all the challenges from the regulatory side, sponsors should also commit to submitting high-quality data once clear standards are articulated by the regulators. So how have standards been articulated to date? Until today, the FDA PRO guidance and PFDD guidance series still serves as the evidentiary roadmap for EMA and global regulatory bodies. However, these guidance documents still have limitations, particularly with regard to global regulatory application. End users agree that the standards set in the guidances appear rather inflexible and are impossible to meet. And there is variability in application between regulators. There also isn't enough emphasis on how to use existing measures and new indications. This is particularly critical because de novo instrument development is a long process and may be infeasible in rare disease medical product development, where sample sizes preclude generation of robust quantitative evidence. The guidances also lack clear pragmatism, for example, case studies, that could help with scenario-based implementation in real clinical trial and research settings. Given current limitations, I've articulated additional considerations from EMA would be very helpful to guide sponsors and set realistic expectations around what's needed versus what's nice to have to support approval decisions and labeling claims. So how might clarity of standards be communicated to the stakeholder community? We know that scientific advice, qualification, and multi-stakeholder collaborations are currently encouraged for advancement of COA utility in EMA's decision-making, but the pathways to engagement are not always straightforward. Regulators currently leverage measurement principles and encourage utilization of internationally established best practices for COA development and implementation. However, sponsors must still consult with the agency to align on COA measurement approach within the relevant context of use. We know early engagement through scientific advice is critical for alignment on COA measurement strategy, but there is need for increased efficiency and an explicit roadmap for timely engagement via this pathway. We also appreciate that the qualification pathway has been encouraged and beneficial to facilitate communication and to address measurement challenges. Likewise, multi-stakeholder collaboration through consortia or focus groups is just another option toward increasing robustness of COAs. While equally beneficial, we must acknowledge that qualification and multi-stakeholder collaborations are time-consuming and can be cost-intensive, with potential for misalignment between development efforts and product development timelines. So we need to develop other complementary pathways in the toolbox to facilitate agency engagement. Nonetheless, we applaud EMA on the ongoing scientific advice and qualification optimization initiatives and look forward to the outcome. In conclusion, we're pleased with the progress made over the past 2 decades to increase patient centricity and define COA measurement standards for industry and the patient community. There's still room, though, for greater progress in guiding stakeholders on what constitutes sufficient evidence to enable the use of COAs to support regulatory decision-making and labeling claims. Specifically, we'd like to see increased transparency on evidence deemed necessary for adoption of COA data to support regulatory decision-making, especially when applying regulatory flexibility in rare disease drug development, for instance, in order to see these data described in labeling claims. Next, we want a clear roadmap for timing of engagement and alignment with EMA on COA measurement strategy during scientific advice, including the role of focus groups in defining and optimizing this process. We also want to see some more pragmatic approaches and specific considerations for COA evidence generation through illustrative examples, for instance, case studies. And lastly, we'd like to see a reduction of barriers associated with regulatory sponsor engagement for scientific advice and qualification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. And I think you gave a couple of clear messages, not only for the audience, but also here in-house, the regulators, how to pick this up. I think it's clear that the standards to which we hold all kind of evidence for decision-making must be high, but obviously also suitable. So I think it's good to really have that discussion also later on. And I think the multi-stakeholder pathways are really important to get people on board, because although André Elfring said a year to develop a PRO, I think we're talking a little more perhaps there and get everybody on board. Having said that, thank you for your presentation. Now we are going to move to the panel discussion, where there will be 4 panelists and also some space for you to respond from the room, which obviously challenges our original time schedule. And my neighbor gracefully said that we have about 10 minutes more, so we will go on till 1:20 with our discussion, and then what the impacts on the lunch Juan will explain later on. So I have first of all Martin Huber, who is online and will be able to tell us a little bit from the perspective of the safety. He's the head of the unit of the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee at the German agency. He's also the vice chair of the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee itself, and I think he is perfectly placed to tell us a little on PRO's use in the safety setting. Martin.
Thanks very much, Peter, for the very kind introduction. And indeed, it is a pity that I'm not able to attend in person. I think it's very good to see so many people actively involved in the discussion on this very important area. As you highlight, I think I'm the one representing the pharmacovigilance perspective in our session. And I just would like to go back to what has been highlighted earlier today by Sabine Strauss in her talk, that the patient experience and the patient view is very important, but that it's actually not limited to the pre-approval phase, but of course also includes the post-marketing setting. In pharmacovigilance, I would say we actually already have quite some experience with patient outcomes or more importantly, patient-reported outcomes. And as you know, already years ago, we started to promote the direct patient reporting of adverse drug reactions to regulators. There have been quite different traditions in different member states, with some of them being real pioneers in this field, for example, the Netherlands. But I think nowadays we can conclude that patient reports have increasingly become important and relevant for pharmacovigilance and the safety monitoring of medicines. This has also been highlighted, I would say, by the experience during the current pandemic phase, where patient reports have been of particular importance. Patient reports very much complement the data gathering from other sources, in particular from healthcare professionals, and both play a very relevant role in pharmacovigilance. Of course, the focus in these patient reports is slightly different, with a main focus on a very detailed description of individual symptoms, but also detailed information of the course of the occurrence of events. I think based on this experience, patient views and the patient experience is very relevant, has been proven to be very important in pharmacovigilance. And my plea to the further discussion would be that we should all very much benefit of the experience we already gathered in pharmacovigilance within our further discussions, and in order to see how patient-reported outcomes can further be used in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, and also for keeping this concise. So I think that's really good to hear that input of the patient-reported events also during the pandemic and what you did with this. So I think the next presenter will be Beate Wiesler, who's again a German representative, but talking this time from the HTA body, the Health Technology Assessment Body, IQWiC. And welcome, and please give your statement.
Yes, Peter, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about the health technology assessment perspective at this meeting. So patient-reported outcomes have been and are relevant for HTA bodies across Europe. They are already an important part of our decision-making. We are generally looking at mortality, morbidity, and health-related quality of life. And with health-related quality of life, part of our assessment is patient-reported par excellence, but also morbidity is to a large extent reflected by patient-reported outcomes. For example, we are using symptoms, we are using function, and all of this is collected from the patient themselves. Because these outcomes are so important to us, we do need a robust methodology to collect and analyze this data, and we do need a high data quality so that we come to valid conclusions in our assessment. And that actually is where the problem lies, and this is reflecting Carla's findings from the analysis of EPAs, where EMA also has described that there is room for improvement in methodology and data quality. I would like to address 3 points. So we often have insufficient study planning for this type of outcomes. We all know the odd exploratory or other outcomes in a protocol, which then often are the patient-reported outcomes. So they are not not in a hierarchy in the protocol, that they are properly planned. We often have insufficient data collection. And I would like to address one specific point. Very often patient-reported outcomes are not collected across the complete study. Data collection is stopped in the middle of the study, for example, when in cancer studies, when there is a disease progression. But we do need the information of how the patient feels also after progression. That is very important. And then last but not least, there often is insufficient analysis. There are specific challenges with analysis for patient-reported outcomes, but there is indeed room for improvement. So in a nutshell, there is this discrepancy between the importance of this type of outcomes and the methodology. Many methods are available. I mean, it's not that we don't know how to do that, it's just not done. And then are others in which then we need to have further development, and there are a number of groups and consortia working, for example, Disease Equal Initiative on analysis. So I would hope that we make progress in this area. But the main issue is the willingness to put emphasis on that endpoints. It's not that we don't know how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Beate. Also, again, important message that data are important, but the data need to be well understood and well defined, so clear. Joke Jaarsma is the president of the European Federation of Neurological Associations and a countryman of me from the Netherlands, and vice chair of the Restless Leg Foundation. So please, Joke, give us your perspective.
Thank you, and thank you also for the opportunity. As mentioned, I'm the president of EFNA, which is the European umbrella of patients with neurological disorders. And I will limit this statement for the sake of time to neurological disorders, where collection of patient-reported outcomes is especially challenging. People are often older, fragile, very fragile, have many comorbidities in many cases, or cognitive decline. And the fact is that for all these, there is still no cure for most of the neurological diseases, and treatment still often is suboptimal. So that is an added factor why a collection of patient-reported outcomes is especially challenging. Also, many rare diseases are neurological, and there are a great number of so-called low priority or even neglected diseases with a lot of unmet needs. In short, collection of patient-reported outcomes is a typical challenge of neurological diseases. Now, at EFNA, one of our pillars of action is empowerment of our patients. We hold workshops, so-called training initiatives for neurology advocates, and we have a lot of e-learning modules on our website. And I could well see, and this is the end of my statement already, that based on what we have heard this morning, there would be ample opportunity to align these activities with e.g. PREFER or the guidelines, for example, that we heard about this morning, to create a larger, if you like, platform of patients, of empowered patients in working with the EMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Joke. I think a very important message that we integrate these kind of ways of getting the patient perspective and the patient relevance of treatments into our decision making. So I think we'll definitely take that on board, and that will be one of the things that we take, I think, also from today. You see, it's on a very cramped agenda, but I think these topics are very near to our hearts. And that brings me actually to the final communicator in this session, who will be Milton Bonelli, who is at the Scientific Advice. You will get very busy in the near future, Milton, but who's also a cycling fanatic like me. So we'll be talking also about scientific advice procedures and PROs and cycling.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I will not repeat what my colleagues from the regulatory area have already said, though I can surely support what they mentioned today. I think I would start from a point mentioned from our HTA colleague, and that's data quality and especially missing data from the vantage point of scientific advice at the EMA. It happens to us that we see drug developments that include a lot of PRO-based measures, and sometimes we do get the feeling that these are a bit, thrown there to us as a bit of a pick and choose. Tell us what you think. And as a non-expert to the field, I'm approaching this field only recently. I've started to think a bit on why this might happen, and maybe it's the fact that there is no real continuum yet in the regulatory environment between the preference, the patient preference, and then the actual PRO measures that is going to be chosen for the drug development. So maybe that's something we can also work on together to create that better continuum. And the second point I would like to make, and it's also in response to the colleagues from industry, is that indeed there is some confusion out there of what are the right pathways. Sometimes we receive scientific advice applications, including very detailed descriptions on how to design and develop and validate a PRO. And ultimately, we have to redirect these into qualification advice procedures, which is always a difficult turn because a company approaches us wanting questions that go way beyond the PRO environment and patient preference elicitation. So that's maybe something we can take on at the EMA to clarify better on our publicly available information, what are the right pathways to do so. And also on this, I must say that a lot of the qualification advices, and we will hear, I think, in the afternoon, a presentation from a colleague of mine on qualifications. We also see sometimes that qualification advices then are not further given back to regulators for a qualification opinion. And that's where actually the tool becomes of public domain and public interest and eventually public use. We see a lot of developments that come over for PRO-based measures and then remain in a non-public setting. So I hope that also on the industry side there is an effort to improve the transparency of the developing of such measures together with the rest of the relevant stakeholders, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. And I think that's indeed also a very important message that the work that goes into these qualification procedures, where there's a talk about what the patient's reported outcome can do, is really relevant, that it will be transparent, that everybody can start using this. So with that, we've had the panel, we've had some presentations, and the floor is open. We will have about 10 minutes to discuss, and I see the first hand raised in the back, so please.
Yeah, Jan Geisler from the work group of European Cancer Patient Advocacy Networks. Very, very interesting session and so relevant for us as patient organizations, because we must see that quality of life has an influence on decisions about therapies, and not only from the regulatory side, but from the clinical side. This is what clinicians and patients do all the day, thinking about not only about efficacy, but what does it mean to live with therapy and with the disease and symptoms. Of course, from that perspective, it's very important that meaningful pros are being incorporated in decisions. And we've had the presentation here that EQ5D and generic pros tell a lot about cost effectiveness and things like that, but nothing about patient reality. And that's why it's important to work with the patient community about which prompts are really meaningful and really represent the different dimensions of symptoms, severity, and side effects and treatment burden and whatever, and impact on social life and so on. We're doing a tremendous lot. So at the moment, we're collecting all data of the past 5 years from all public registries in 23 cancer areas in the patient community to get a clarity on what pro measurement has been taken in clinical trials in Europe, in WHO Europe in the last 5 years. We're going to use that evidence in discussions with you and with clinicians and with industry to understand what the real issue is about pros. But what, of course, has been alarming me a bit in the presentation is seeing the difference between the 17 and the 87%, I think it was, or 78%. of between where pro data is gathered and where pro data finds its way into regulatory documents. And I think this should change because it informs clinicians, it informs patients, it informs regulators about what the therapy really means to patients. So I think we need to close that gap between the 17 and the 70-something%, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carla, want to reflect?
Thank you very much for the question. I have two comments. The first one is this is somehow a limitation of this analysis is because we intend that because of the company user patient-reported outcomes want to see that patient-reported outcomes reflect in the label, and that could be not the case. So that would be my first comment. The second one is about methodology. And as we can see, through the analysis of the EPARs, we can see that a lot of flaws were identified. There are 7 guidances, I believe, about patient-reported outcomes. I don't think that guidances is the only solution, but I think it's a pathway. And again, early dialogue with regulators are very important. Sorry, I have a third comment, which is about the new drugs, immunotherapy drugs. And I'm not sure that FACIT or EORTC can capture all the relevance endpoints. So we need new patient-reported outcomes, which is not easy. It's not, overnight. So I think that you are absolutely true. In order to have patient experience, we have first to have patient engagement. And I completely agree with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. Yes, in the front row, the lady Tanya Stam.
See whether I can manage this. So thank you. I would also like to congratulate on a very good and very interesting session. My name is Tanja Stamm, and I'm from the Medical University of Vienna and also representing the Health Outcomes Observatory project here. And I have a few reflections, and one is that I think what we really need is a multi-stakeholder consensus first, so that we agree on what we would actually like to measure. And there, I think it's important to include the patients, like what we have heard, but also all the other stakeholders. And that is important, I think, on the one hand, because we can, and there the methodology comes in, we can take approaches where we want to standardize the domains, but not the instruments, for example. So we agree first on which domains to measure, and then we can have a selection of different instruments, because sometimes it's also not possible to use exactly the same instruments. And that would give us the possibility to better compare and also having less fragmented outcomes data, which is a real challenge, I think, in the world of outcomes research. Yeah? I think that it's really important to measure what matters to patients, and what has been said is that questionnaires or instruments really need to be evaluated from the perspective of patients, because once we collect patient-reported information, we do not automatically collect what matters to patients, but we very many of these instruments have been developed by professionals, and patients were not involved. So I think it's really important to validate that also from the perspective of patients. And lastly, I think in terms of the hierarchy in studies, that's always an issue, yeah, or in many studies, as has been said. But what I think is important in terms of studies is also that we think about patient-reported outcomes in real-world settings and real-world data. So maybe then also the same, what we measure in the study could be measured later on also in a real-world setting. And we could also think of that over the life cycle of a drug, it's important to measure the same domains. Yeah? So we can actually better compare and have more longitudinal data also on how patients are doing with a specific drug. Yeah?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Ebony?
you.
Yes, I'd like to respond to some of those key points. Thank you so much, Tanya. I think we can all agree that, yes, the patient voice is very important with identifying the concepts that should be measured. And the multi-stakeholder approach through consortia or focus groups or what have you would be a good step forward in identifying a harmonized set of domains that are applicable within a specific context of use. I think that the point that you made around what is being measured in trials may not be the most important or meaningful to patients. I couldn't agree more. You know, there needs to be qualitative research that's done to appropriately identify which concepts are most meaningful to patients, but also it needs to go back to the treatment target, because I know we see a chasm between what's measured and what may be important, but sometimes there's an explanation because the treatment target may not necessarily be designed to improve the thing that is most important for a patient. So there does need to be very close collaboration with the patient community to understand what is the most important types of things that need to be treated. And therefore that drives the development of different assets for a specific condition. And I think that, oh, is that me? That's my timer. I'm up, my time is up. I'm just kidding. But no, I just want to echo that those points are very important for us to consider, and there's a lot of progress that we can make in that area.
Okay, I was said one more, so I will give the lady the floor. Sorry.
Hello, thank you all for very interesting presentations. I think I had some comments here for the presentation of Carla, which I found very interesting, and also where you presented on generic instruments and disease-specific instruments, and maybe you can comment on, but I don't know if there's a lot of time, but on whether you think that there is maybe value in including both generic and disease-specific instruments. And I'm also thinking about later at the HTA stage where they need information from generic more also to allow. Sorry.
Continue.
Where there could be value in having both, perhaps. And then also, I think there are lots of lessons that you draw from your study for the PRO environment, which I think we also can investigate in the preference with regards to patient preferences. So also a better understanding of how preferences have been evaluated and so, and also understanding how they come up in EPARs and what could be lessons learned from the regulatory evaluation, from the preference data. What do they think of is there, and that will also support us researchers in improving the methods and so. So that was just some comments that I had. So thanks a lot for that.
Got a very short response.
Yeah, as we see, the studies use more than one patient-reported outcome measure. So, and they use both generic and disease-specific. So I completely agree with you. And I don't know, perhaps Andre, he knows a lot of patient-reported outcomes, could somehow, I'm not sure if we have time, but in order to discuss the advantages and limitations of these two both. But yes, you are absolutely true.
We're not going to tackle all the issues today.
Yeah.
We're laying them out. We're trying to build report. Okay, Andre, very short response.
Well, what I'm somewhat missing is because we talk about pros and how to construct them and patient involvement. But don't forget, the first thing for developing a pro is what do we want to do with it? And it sometimes is different. Is it a primary endpoint, is it a secondary endpoint, or is it just in support of a single symptom? So that also determines the pro. You cannot say we need a general pro for this disease, but we also need pros. What's the context of use of the pro? I think that's important to consider.
Thank you, Andre. I think good contribution from that regulatory perspective. So I think we have had a very interesting discussion, very much too short, obviously, on patient-reported outcomes. It fits in the general picture of today of getting the patient experience data in. And I will stop talking now and just give Kwan the opportunity to give us the practical directions to the food.
Which is very important. Thank you very much for the very interesting discussion. Very, very useful. So indeed, I think we can break now, and there will be some sandwiches and some drinks immediately outside, and it will facilitate that we can maybe have a short lunch break. We were due to come back at 1:50. We can do it at 2, but it has to be 2 sharp, please. And then I will invite the chair and the panel. Well, the chair is online of the next session, the panelists and the speakers of the next session to sit here immediately. Thank you very much again for the good discussion and have a good lunch. I hope you managed to have some lunch, even if it's all a bit compressed. So we are going to go for the next session. And the next session is on digitalization for patient-generated health data. And this session is going to be chaired online by Jesper Geyer. Thank you very much, Jesper, to agree to be with us and to chair this session. Jesper is Director of Data Analytics Center in the Danish Medicines Agency, and he's also co-chair of the EHMA and EMA Big Data Steering Group. Thank you very much, Jesper, and I leave you to introduce the session and the speakers and panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much. Really delighted to be here. As a matter of fact, working with patient-reported outcomes has been something I've been working on for the last 8 years, including in industry. So I'm really excited with the workshop today and enthusiastic about all of the presentations we've heard so far. So really moving the needle forward here in Europe. And I think this session also holds the promise to give some presentations that will inform us about how we are moving the needle in this space. I'm really delighted to have the presentations here today. We'll start out with someone online like I am in this case. So I will hand it over to Jerome de Barros to speak about the European health data space. Jerome is the policy officer at Digital Health European Reference Networks at the European Commission in the DG Santé office. So Jerome, over to you to enlighten us about the European health data space in this area.
Thank you, Jesper. Thank you everyone for the invitations, and apologies I couldn't be in Amsterdam today. So as mentioned, my name is Jerome de Barros. I'm one of the policy officers, and what I will be introducing to you right now is the European Health Data Space, the legal proposals, and some of the steps we're already undertaking to make it possible, really, for this data to reach its potential. If you go to the next slide. So, but first, what I think is important is to frame why do we have these regulations? What are the challenges it aims to address? The first one being that we can see that currently individuals, let them be patients or normal citizens, do have difficulty to access the data and controlling or giving control over this data. The same goes for healthcare professionals, having difficulty to get this data in providing the care that they would like to give. At the same time, we can also see that the providers of those solutions, maybe services and products, are facing important barriers when it comes to standards, interoperability, and the possibility of their solutions to be adopted in practice. Moreover, we can see that policymakers and regulators also share the same problem of being able to really tap into the potentials of what this data can do to support their activities. And the discussions today have shown what could be done if that were the case, if the success was facilitated. And finally, perhaps more importantly, we could see that up to now, we see very limited research and innovations that actually takes place on the basis of this data. So this is why, if you look at the next slide, we proposed on the 3rd of May this year, the European Data Space regulation that tries to provide the frameworks or concept of rules, common standards, practices, infrastructures as well, and a governance framework for the use and reuse of electronic health data for specific purposes, for care, obviously, but also for facilitating research, innovation, and policy making. And what it tries to do are those 3 objectives here. First one is empowering individuals to access and control their data, deciding on what they could do with this data, whom may have access to it, to some or part or all of it, or simply not. So giving people the authority on what can be done with this data. 2 is really to unleash the data economy by fostering this, what we call this genuine single market for digital health products, and that passes by really defining a framework for example, EHR systems or labeling some of the applications. more importantly, I think for the purpose of this discussion is what we try to achieve is that we are making sure we want to offer a consistent frameworks for the use of this data for research, innovation, policymaking, and regulatory activities. And if you go to the next slide, in practice, what we are trying to do is to provide a streamlined, clearer access to data, starting with the discovery of this data, trying to understand what health data may be available to support research. That would mean that any data user, as they are referred to in the proposal, be it researcher in universities, private sector, or in the public sector, are able to find what could be available for them. Based on these decisions, if they have identified data that may be relevant for their research, they are allowed to place a permit application, make a request to access this data, and in it defining how or what could be done for these research projects, what data is being requested, what is the purpose for which it is being requested, and the legal proposal sets a series of purpose for which frameworks can apply, but it also sets a series of purpose for which it would never happen. And even though it would be detrimental, for example, to people, is not something that would be enabled through the HDS. After placing this permit application, it is reviewed, and if a permit is issued by what we identified here as the health data access body, so a national agencies in every member state and participant countries that will authorize this access by issuing this permit, and at the same time triggering an obligation for health data holders, so any organizations holding the categories of data that we have identified in the proposal, to make this data available to the health access body so that it can be made for use to the user. And this is provided in what we call a secure processing environment, or in a secure environment where the data can only be accessed by data users, anybody identified in the permit, and from which data cannot be extracted. So for example, in the UK, this will be referred to as trusted research environments, pardon me. Once this data is made available in a secure processing environment, data users is able to analyze and process this data. At the end of it, we are expecting those result outputs to be made available, to be made published or known to everyone, so that it is understood why was this data made available and what is the end result of it. Always ensuring privacy and verifiability. What we mean by that is that, for example, no personal data can be extracted from the secure processing environment, only anonymized data. Equally, what is made available in the secure processing environment is either anonymized data or pseudonymized data. So really ensuring the privacy and making sure that no personal data can be shared wrongly. If you go to the next slide. So one of the key components that we see as for the success of the European data space is what we see in the middle of this dataset catalog. So obviously, without knowing what could be available, it is very difficult for researchers to really be able to frame the right questions or to really understand what really can be done and what could be the potential for this. What we're enabling with the proposal is that through a trusted portal, a data set that is a federation of national data sets, which is why you see underneath this arrow of health access body. So the idea is that in one place, a researcher, a data user would be able to identify what data might be available, not only in his or her country, but across Europe or every participating countries. What we mean by data is what you see on the right-hand side. So a description of the sources that are data sources that are included, we call data categories included in the proposals. And when writing this proposal, we really try to be as broad as possible to really try to meet the needs of research across different areas, and including those that we are supporting the patients, which is why you see we have a very broad list. And what we're trying to make sure is that what is available in this catalog is obviously not the data itself, but just the metadata, a description of the data set that could be made available if a permit is issued. And this is down to data holders to prepare the descriptor and to make it available to have the access bodies so that their national catalog can be updated with the right and the most accurate information, and consequently in the European catalog. If you go to the next slide. So this is what we're trying to do, and to make it clear, so at the moment we obviously the proposal was adopted, so was made public on the 3rd of May. In the meantime, we have started negotiations with the European Council, with the member states of the European Council, and very soon at the European Parliament. In parallel to that, we are already working on the implementation of the European data space. So what I've got here is a description of one of really the key initiatives for this purpose. That will be the Health Data EU pilot, so the pilot for the infrastructure for secondaries of health data. So this is a project that will start very soon, in a matter of weeks. It has a budget of around 5 million plus 5 million for what we call central services. These will be services provided by the European Commission. Think about, for example, these the portal and the catalogs I was referring to before. And the idea is that this pilot will really try to inform on what should be the components and the decisions made around this infrastructure, really, and really just also assess the feasibility to make it not only possible at pilot level, but later on scaling it at EU-wide. So as an engineer, this project will start in 2 weeks and will have durations of about 2 years. If you look at the next slide. The other element I wanted to touch on today, and I think which will be relevant for the discussions, is we're also addressing data quality, in particular for what we call the data quality and utility label. You might recall my 2 slides before, I said that data holders should prepare a dataset description of the dataset that they have available. On top of that, we are foreseeing for some of those datasets to include data quality and utility label. And what we want by that is to have further description of this dataset, such as not beyond the metadata, but also any kind of data model that is being used, what standards, the provenance, the timeliness, when was it created, how often is it updated. So a series of additional features that should make it easier for researchers to understand if this dataset is indeed relevant or not for the research, and hence worth to trigger the process to apply for a permit that will obviously engender costs. So the idea is really to make sure that we provide upfront as much information as possible. But on top of that, we want this label to be guiding the data holders on how could this dataset be improved to meet the needs of data users. So how could it be turned into a dataset that becomes more useful and usable? On top of that, we are also foreseeing, as part of our activities, the preparation of what we call implementing act that will define in details what exactly will be included as part of this label and its implementation. So, and I think that's all for today. I had to present by now.
Thank you, Jerome. Thank you so much. Super exciting area, definitely. I would like the audience to keep any questions for the panel discussion until later. if there are things coming. I'm sure you will have many questions, not necessarily today, but definitely in the time to come with this project. I'd like to move on to our next presenter, who should be in the room, to talk to us about the tools to collect patient-generated data. So I'd really like to give the podium to Tanja Stam, who is head of section for outcomes research, Center for Medical Statistics, Informatics and Intelligence Systems at the Medical University in Vienna. And I'm confident that Tanja will now talk to us about the H2O initiative as well. Over to you, Tanja.
Yes, thank you very much, Jesper. And you are also involved a bit in our project already, so you will be involved more in the future. Thank you very much for inviting me to give a presentation here. And the topic of my presentation really is our project, which is called Health Outcomes Observatory. And it fits very well to the title, which is Tools to Collect Patient-Generated Data. And so I have just to figure out how to go to the next slide, but I managed, which is always not good if you do a technology project in healthcare and then something happens with the technology. So why do we do this project? Yeah? There is a lot of outcome sets existing, and we all know that, and many of us have been involved in the development of these outcome sets, but very hardly they are really implemented in practice. So while they exist, it's not measured, and it's not measured on a large scale. That's also important, because outcomes research with 200 people is boring. Yeah? So we want to have larger data sets here, where we can compare, where we can compare different countries, where we could benchmark, where we can give good feedback to the clinicians, and therefore we need the larger data sets. Secondly, I think we do not have what we discussed earlier very often, a multi-stakeholder consensus on what should be measured. While these outcomes exist, there is no consensus. So it's unclear whether what patient really want to be measured is included. So whether it's really what matters to patient, what we are assessing here, and not only to patients, but also to other stakeholders, including the regulators. So what we need, I think, is some kind of multi-stakeholder consensus first, and then we really need to implement on a large scale. And thirdly, I think, and that has been touched in the previous talk now by Jérôme, these data are hardly accessible, and that's also not good, because not only the researchers, like Jérôme showed before, need this data, but I would like to broaden this to all other stakeholder groups who have a legitimate interest in the health data, and they would also need access to the data, including patients and patient organizations. So that's why we have designed this project, and the idea is really, or the mission of our project is to create such a multi-stakeholder consensus on the outcome measures. That includes PROs, but not only, and we discussed that earlier, PROs only is also not good. We need clinical data in addition. Then we will equip patients with practical tools to measure their outcomes, and importantly, and digitalization is everywhere, and also the title of our session is digitalization. But here again, it's important to ask the patients how they would like to have this measured, and whether this really fulfills their needs. So we will do a co-creation process, and we have already done part of it to really involve all the stakeholders, patients, but also clinicians. And lastly, what is really important is to create a governance model under which this data could be shared. So we really need to make sure that the different stakeholders who need this data, they will get access to them. And that's why our acronym from Health Outcomes Observatory, which is H2O, really fits well, because it's kind of saying that health data is like water. So like drinking water, it needs to be managed in a way that all the stakeholders who need the health data, they can get access to them. And it's not only essential for research, for patient and patient organization, but also for the industry, and for research in the industry. And that's why our project is also a private-public partnership. So it's a private consortium, industry consortium, and a public consortium together. And it's funded under this IMI or IHI, Innovative Medicines Initiative, it was before, and now it's IHI, Innovative Health Initiatives. It's funded under this umbrella. We have recently published our concept in a New England Journal of Medicine Catalyst, and the idea is to build up in 4 countries independent entities, and Jesper, I think you will join us too as umbrella observatory, as a European umbrella observatory, but also with a 5th one, a Danish one, a 5th national one. Yeah? And we have chosen the countries Germany, Spain, Netherlands, and Austria. And initially, the project focuses on diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, and cancer. But the idea is to scale this up to more countries and more diseases. Yeah? So we will build these hubs, these national hubs, and from there do what I said earlier. So standardize, agree on a consensus, what needs to be measured, and we have already finalized this for the 3 disease areas, and then implement this on a large scale and make this data accessible. So I would like to show you a video of our project, which summarizes again, short in briefly, but I'll see. Yeah.
Like water, health data is an essential resource. It should be accessible to all stakeholders with a legitimate interest, including patients. It has the potential to inform and facilitate better conversations between patients and their healthcare providers. The result is better care for individuals and more efficient and sustainable healthcare systems for the entire community. At this time, there are only very few examples of systematically measured patient-reported outcomes being used in individual clinical care. No widespread approaches exist to address this shortcoming at scale. 23 world-leading institutions, including university hospitals, patient organizations, and industry partners, are joining together to design the healthcare infrastructure of the future. The H2O project is the first ever attempt to collect and incorporate patient-reported outcomes into healthcare decision-making at an individual and population level across multiple locations in Europe. Within 2 years, H2O will set up independent observatories in Austria, Germany, the Netherlands, and Spain, as well as a European umbrella observatory. The observatories will have an initial focus on diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, and cancer. H2O is being established such that it's capable of scaling up to more countries and more diseases in the future. Health Outcomes Observatory, making health data as an essential resource, available to all.
So, as you can see, the idea is to build up infrastructure to contribute to the European Health Data Space and other initiatives which Jerome has also mentioned, and most importantly, to empower patients with the data, and the idea is to make this data really usable, reusable for patient organizations, researchers, and regulators, but also to improve the clinical relationship between patient and healthcare provider. And I think that's also very, very important. So in the end, we want to achieve better outcomes for patients. And where are we now in the project? So we have kind of agreed on, from a multi-stakeholder perspective, what to measure, and we have launched recently the first 3 national observatories, which is Spain, the Netherlands, and Austria. And Germany will come, and then also Jesper and his team will follow with a Danish one, and we will have an EU umbrella observatory. And then we will think a lot about sustainability. We have already started this, but I think RMI or IHI projects are designed not to leave, not to go again, but to stay. Yeah? And sustainability is a very important part here. So we have to see how we can make this data infrastructure, the hubs, really sustainable in the future. So thank you. And I would like to thank the whole team, because this is a very a big and a team of the best outcomes research, clinical peoples, clinical experts and patient representatives, industry people on the world, I think. And I would particularly like to thank Meni Styliadou, who is our industry lead and leading this project together with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Tanya. I mean, definitely important work to make sure that we do get to consensus and patient meaningful endpoints and patient reported outcomes. And I think that perspective, I'm really delighted that our next speaker is Elizabeth Throom, Director of the Duchenne Parent Project in the Netherlands and Chair of the World Duchenne Organization, member of EMA's Patient and Consumers Working Party, and not least, Darwin EU Advisory Board and ad hoc patient expert. Really glad to have you here, Elizabeth. Over to you.
Thank you. So it's really nice to speak after Tanya because she already touched upon certain things which are very relevant to us as well. So it is about a digital platform, but let me go one step back. When I first encounter with a regulator, before I could say anything else, I heard drugs are proved on data, not on emotions. And that made us very aware as Duchenne community that if we wanted to make our point in the regulatory space or somewhere else, we should support our opinions and thoughts with data. So with that, we collected data already years ago. I think I just looked at it in 2013. I presented the first patient preference study here, not here in the EMA, in the old building, in some buildings ago, in the old building in London. And we also collected data on other things which were important to bring in, like patient opinion on, or parent opinion on biopsies in trials, and a lot of other subjects. We really have been collecting data. But then at a certain moment, of course, there's the question like, how can these data be used? How can they be reused? And we need many, many more data to support what we want to bring in discussion. So then I spoke to Julian Isla from Foundation 29, who was here at the EMA every now and then in that time as well. And he, for example, said, we as patients need data about off-label use so we can bring this in when it's about trial design and exclusion criteria. So together we, he from the absolutely technical side and we from the Duchenne side, started to think about what could we do. And in Duchenne, very clearly, we were already years ago very much in favor of the optimal reuse of data for drug development and care. So we set up a fair data declaration, which you can find on our website. We felt that there was a need for natural history of PROMs, because PROMs were very often just measured one time, and we couldn't say, like, in general, in this age group, etc. Placebo data should be made available, which is happening as we speak. Clinical trial data should be returned to patients, which is only one company, but okay, the first one is doing this. Patients should decide about the reuse of their own data. And I think that is a relevant point we all have to, in the GDPR, you know, patients should have access to their data in a machine-readable and portable way. And we can use this as to improve trial design and other things, but also their own care. We have seen, as we did a study in the Netherlands with Nivel, that patients and citizens are willing and interested to share data, not only a rare disease of Duchenne, but also healthier citizens. And we realized that the data centralization and the old data transfer process are roadblocks for scientific research. So we really wanted to change that and give the patient, as owner of the data, a more central role, and also make sure that the patient could use their data for other purposes. So we came up with the data platform to be used for questions relevant to the patient community, whether it would be drug development, new technologies, or about daily life. We, for example, also developed exoskeleton for the arm function of Duchenne. Give patients the power and control over the use of their own data. So with a dynamic informed consent, they can decide who they would give access to their anonymized and soon, I hope, pseudonymized data. And also to have their data with them at all times. So if in an emergency they would end up in a hospital, they have all their data from different sources together and have this in a kind of personal data locker. So with that, wherever they would go, they would have everything with them. And also to facilitate the adoption of emerging technologies regarding data collection and enable their optimal application in healthcare. Health research, care, and drug development. Now, well, the next is an infographic about the kind of infographic of the Duchenne data platform. And that is where you see in the middle is the platform, but this platform consists of data lockers of individual patients. So patients have access to their own data locker, and this data locker together with all these data lockers together form the platform. And there you can enter, after, of course, permission, access committee, etc., to use and reuse these data. Patient can put in their own data, as you can see at the left lower corner. They put in their own data. They can also kind of get that out again, as we said, like in emergency. And at the left, you see a clinician. They can give their clinician access to do this for them in case that would be better, or if that would be needed in certain cases to kind of control their data. So the data are validated by their clinician. But they can also, and you see that the upper circle, put in data from e-health records like genomics and other things, which should be made available to them in a JSON file, in a template. So here comes the patient-reported outcomes and the clinical data and the genetic data and other data and questionnaires like the prompts, can come together. So with this, you have a very rich data set around one patient if they can bring all together. And what we also did for the patients is there are frequently asked questions and answers, more importantly, in the same platform. So they can go there to ask questions. So with as we heard a speaker already about the European Health Data Space, we already anticipated or try as much as possible to anticipate on what the EHDS might ask from us. And so we conform to all the GDPR obligations. All data were made fair. This platform was really built with interoperability in mind. That's important to know. And it's also important to know, like, when we would collect data from wearables, they should be fair from source on. And the international standards recommended by the European level were used, the European Joint Programme on Rare Disease. So maybe more rules are coming, but we have done what we know now, what could be asked. So it's also good to say maybe that this platform is set up and funded by parents. So there's no industry money, nothing. This is really a parent thing. So parents and patients have their own data and nothing, and they are not in any way manipulated by somebody, let's say. This is a video. I apologize for the people who work on FAIR every day, but if you don't, this might be an interesting video for you to see, because also this is also a project of parents and to make sure that all data used in Duchenne are fair.
Justice has Duchenne muscular dystrophy, an incurable rare genetic disease. He has been seen by many healthcare professionals from an early age. After diagnosis, visits to healthcare centres significantly increased, generating lots of health information. This data is stored in different locations. Thankfully, Justice has given consent to allow his data to be available to others according to FAIR protocols, because he knows that this will help identify better solutions to ultimately benefit patients. How does FAIR contribute to this goal? FAIR helps, for example, researchers answer complex questions by allowing them to access health information from multiple sources. This happens automatically with software and special algorithms. They ensure efficient and real-time analysis without moving data. Each patient's personal information is fully anonymized and remains 100% protected by a series of built-in GDPR-compliant safeguards. Their protocols make data findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable by both humans and computers. So what is fair? Findable means that healthcare professionals can see what data exists and find it. Accessible means that once they find the data they were looking for, they clearly know if they are authorized to use it. Interoperable means that records, written in different languages and formats, can be combined. Reusable means that data can be used more than once, for research, but also by healthcare professionals, regulators, families, and most importantly, patients themselves. Following these principles will speed up substantially the progress towards earlier diagnosis and innovative treatments. This is what justice wants.
So after this, I hope it's clear that we did not want to build another silo because, oh, we have to go back because I missed one slide here. There should be another slide here after this. Yeah, there it is. It's kind of, it has a certain delay. Maybe I'm just pushing too hard. So we just want to make sure that we would not build another silo because that would not be very useful. We have, and apparently I'm told, and I hope it's true that I'm not lying, this is the first ever patient-led registry who is fair with a European reference network, with the Euro-NMD. The press release was out like 3 weeks ago. And we were really happy. Like we were lucky to have Foundation 29 in building the platform. We were really very fortunate collaborating with the best people, well, very good people in the FAIR space, like Mark Wilkinson, who is the first author on the first Nature paper on FAIR. And also this was paid by parents and started by parents. So what I wanted to say, there's a lot possible and everything we do is open source. So if you want to know what we did, how we did it, about the FAIR, you definitely could approach us. And then the title is Data Platforms, and I only spoke about one so far, but there's another platform I really would like to mention, and that's also the amazing work of, but this is work in progress, of Foundation 29, set up by a father with a child with Dravet, that they are now looking into the possibilities of decentralized patient registry. So you have your data not in a platform, but in your own device. That might have some advantages for certain groups, like when there's no patient organization who can set up a platform. So there's still ongoing work, and also with our platform, we are adding things, improving. And maybe it's good to say that it's not only pros which are there. There are pros, of course, but there's also like, I think my time is almost on. No, okay. There's also like the ICFCI, which is a patient-reported outcome measure, which is used in more diseases. So with that, for example, in ERICA, we are looking into how we can make that fair. And we also adhere to all the core data set, the whole core data set, which is asked in the neuromuscular field, in the TreatMD registries. Okay, thank you, and thanks to you, but also thank you for all the nice people we have met along the way. It has been a very nice experience for the Duchenne community to be this active. Thank you. Last but not least, sorry, with the patient, we have been speaking about patient preference studies here. I'm surprised that the subject is every time, like if companies bring in or sponsors bring in patient preference, it should be us, you know? We are the ones who can bring us in all these committees, like Maria, I don't know if she's there, Maria described in all these different committees, there are patient representatives, and it's important that patient representatives also are supported in their comments by the data collected, like in preference studies and otherwise. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I think for the interest of time, we will probably move on swiftly to invite other panelists up and join. And I, on my list, have Carla Thor, Marie-Lena Anna, Torsten Vetter, and Koenraad Batselje, who I would actually like to invite in to give a brief statement up front. And we'll start with you, Carla, if you could get us going into the panelist session.
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce a new topic that was not raised in this session, but somehow was raised in the morning by our Chief Medical Officer, which is the mobile health data and the input and how this new data can contribute to the assessment of the drugs in a whole life cycle. So this is a new source of patient-centric information, and which is not often we cannot often see in healthcare databases, claims databases, registries, etc. So what is the concept of ML? So there are mobile phones, smart apps, wearables, sensors, etc. And they could actually play a role not only in the clinical trial setting, but also in post-authorization phase of medicines. And I would like to highlight some advantage, challenges, and finalize with 3 comments in order to overcome some of these challenges. So in terms of advantage, I think it's very clear for all of us that these mobile endpoints that can include real-time capture and analytics, less frequent visits in clinical trials, and we see more and more trials at home and other designs of trials that are coming in, and it will be more frequent in the future. These mobile endpoints have the ability to capture day-to-day variability by collecting data on a continuous way, which is not capturable. For instance, patient-reported outcomes in the classic way, clinician-reported outcomes, etc. However, these data sources come with a huge methodological challenges and that are aligned with regulatory challenges as well. And there was a recent systematic review that highlights some of these challenges in terms of substantial variability, completeness, terminology, variability, etc. And their known validity and hence its interpretation, it's the main challenge. So I'd like to finalize my comment with 3 points that I would say that could somehow pave the way in order to overcome this challenge. First of all is the technical expertise. So in terms of capacity building from the regulators' side, which often decided that there is a gap because this is a new area of expertise, and that should be linked with academia, with patient groups, and with companies. The second pillar is the early dialogue with the regulators, and finally, here we need guidance in order to bridge, to connect with these new data sources that could have a huge impact in the medicine's life cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Some very, very good observations and new perspectives to bring in here. Thank you so much. I'd like to hear a brief input from Marie-Lena Vrana as well, who is the Manager of Patients and Research of the European Heart Network and member of the EMA's Patient and Consumers Working Party, and a colleague of mine at the EMA Big Data Steering Group.
Thank you, Jesper, for the introduction. And I'm sorry I can't see you in person finally here at the EMA, maybe another time. So thank you to all the speakers for the presentation. They were all very useful insights and in a very broad spectrum. The issue I'd like to raise for discussion is something is more of a clarifying the terminology and what we mean around empowering patients, because it came up in the previous sessions. It is actually inside the legislation for the European health data space around empowering patients. And in my belief, usually the discussion around is empowerment is around to motivate people to to increase their willingness in data sharing. And I believe we clarified also with Elizabeth's presentation and many studies that are available that the willingness is there. The patients' preferences for data sharing is high. They're very willing to share their data, and that is related to their sense of contributing to the common good. So I think the empowerment is more strongly related to the access and the sense of control. Of course, we will not ignore digital and health literacy is important for empowerment, but mostly the empowerment, I think, it relates to access and control of their data. Looking at patients' preferences for control, recent studies, and very recently an IMI-funded study on big data at heart, did a very broad survey on what people would prefer around research governance models for data-intensive research. And there it became very clear and very evident that more than half of the participants, the respondents, related health data sharing policies with strengthening direct control over the data. Like being, for example, able to decide under which conditions their health data should be reused, which is a point that you've raised as well in your, very rightly so, in your presentation. And control, we see a little bit of a controversy about the type of control. There's an individual control, but that is needed, and regulators cannot ignore that this is important for the public and patients, for the patients and public at large. But also there is a sentiment of providing a sense of control by strengthening the collective governance model and pursuing collective governance models with transparency, of course, and meaningful involvement of patients and the public into the governance structure, whether that these are data health bodies, data platforms, or other. But in a meaningful way. I think my colleagues early on in the beginning, Kaisha mentioned, it shouldn't be as a checklist. It should really be co-designing and really bringing them on board as equal interlocutors around the governance issue. And then we have access to the data, which is very important for the empowerment. Access is crucial, and Elizabeth very rightly so clarified why is it difficult. So access to health data must be easy, and information must be provided in lay formats that are equipping patients and the public with the right appropriate tools to have the access they want is really important, and not to be forgotten by regulators and those who are designing those tools. This co-creation process, it's coming again and again, is really needed early on in order for those tools to be efficient, effective, and appropriate. So, and I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important points here about the willingness to share, the altruistic approach, the education of the citizens, but also the ensuring a secure and common data governance that really enables the citizens to provide this data. I think something we've heard in the previous presentations, but very important to be mindful about, and co-creation nonetheless as well. Our next brief intervention here will be by Thorsten Vetter from the Scientific Advice Office at the EMA. Over to you, Thorsten.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief to allow for some discussion. I think we are already quite advanced. So I think these are all incredibly promising developments in terms of data generation, which will also be hopefully very usable for benefit risk decision making and to support the appropriate use of medicinal products by patients. It's from an EMA perspective clearly an area of overlap between different regulations. So MDR, GDPR, and medicinal product related regulations overlap. And it's for us very interesting, but also challenging, and something that we are very keen to explore further, how we can facilitate this process to make it work, to ensure, for example, the development of methodologies and to qualify methodologies that can be used to generate robust evidence to support benefit risk decision making. There are lots of initiatives ongoing. One big area is the big data steering group, to which Jesper can is much more in a place to comment and may do so later. But I will just mention we are also looking very much into how how we can take care of AI-based methodologies. So we are working on a concept paper for the use of AI in methodologies which are used in medicine product development. In terms of qualification, we see a lot of activity in qualification advice, not so much yet in terms of qualified methodologies, as you may be aware, but some important exemptions to that, the eSource data capturing system for clinical trials, which was a very important dialogue on how to reflect GCP principles in digital trial documentation. And then there is published guidance on computerized systems and electronic data in clinical trials coming from the IWG, the Inspectors Working Group. And there's also available a question and answer document on the qualification of digital measures. So we are very much open for dialogue. We invite all the stakeholders to approach us to see where we can start the conversation. And I will, in the next session, describe to you one important platform, which is the qualification of novel methodologies. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Torsten, for highlighting some of the existing guidelines and the work that is already ongoing, important in the regulatory space, to be mindful about that. Our last intervention here for the panelists, I'll hand over to Konrad Batelier, who is representing the European Coordination Committee of Radiological, Electromedical and Healthcare IT Industry, called COCIA. Over to you, Konrad.
Yes, thank you, Jesper. So I think as many of the previous presentations already shown, the healthcare IT ecosystem that is available to patients and to citizens today is expanding very rapidly as patients get more access to devices, to apps, to be involved in their care. When they actually go through a disease, we strive as an industry, of course, to turn them into active patients, being involved in the very many aspects of their care delivery and provide them with digital tools to enable such an involvement, whether it's, let's say, as part of a study or as part of their routine healthcare. Referring also to what Jérôme said in the beginning, and Elizabeth, I think also very clearly in her presentation, I think in such an ecosystem where there's so many healthcare IT components that are being brought together around the patient, the appropriate use of standards is absolutely vital to data exchange. But standards alone are not enough in the sense that in order to achieve truly semantic interoperability between those components, so meaning that they truly understand each other in terms of what kind of data is being exchanged, it is important, let's say, that this semantic operability is being achieved when you put those systems together. And I think this becomes especially important to come to such an integrated health data market for research, as was also mentioned by Jérôme in his presentation, that this interoperability is independent of what is the source of data, where is the source of that data. Now, last but not least, I believe that there should also be appropriate incentive models back to healthcare providers, for example, but also the industry vendors provided by the regulators in order to make sure that the adoption of the available technology is actually increasing and that the technology becomes available at scale. Thank you. Back over to Jesper.
Thank you. That was spot on, and I fully appreciate and recognize the semantic interoperability challenges and the need for data standards. So very good to bring that forward. I need a little bit of help here, Juan, in terms of our timekeeping, but I think we should take some time for a bit of questions and discussions for a number of minutes, while still being respectful for the other sessions that do follow. Right, we did start 10 minutes later.
Fully
So
support
anything
that.
in the room you can see?
Yeah, I think we can take 10 minutes if all agree, and I can help you to give the floor because I'm not sure you can see people from the room, and we'll let you know in the WebEx. So we open for 10 minutes. Yeah, we have Mark Turner.
Mark Turner, European Academy of Pediatrics. Just in case anybody didn't hear it earlier on, it's a fact of life that 2-year-olds behave differently from 5-year-olds and 10-year-olds, but we do have a cohesive pediatric community that can help everybody overcome those challenges. Those biological real differences are recognised in the pharmaceutical legislation, but unfortunately not recognised in devices or GDPR. But we can overcome those challenges by working together. So I hope that through all the different associations, and PRIMA and other groups associated with EMA and IHI and other groups, we can work together to overcome these challenges, including pediatric specific data standards that we've done quite a bit of work on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary McCarthy.
The room, Juan.
Thank you. Mary McCarthy, GP representing UEMO, the European Union of GPs and Family Doctors. As family doctors, we have extremely rich data sets on our patients, which are largely unused. There are, however, 3 points I would like to make about the use of these. The first is access to patients. Not every country gives its patients access to their healthcare records. If they do, there does need to be some restrictions put in place, that the patient is allowed to alter demographic details, where they live or their date of birth, but not disease details that their doctor has inputted. There also ought to be restrictions on the clinician access. You mentioned these were often useful in an emergency, that a clinician would have access to the patient's data. The restriction should be that the data is time limited, that it is just for one specific clinical episode, and that access to the data is restricted to those physicians who are intimately concerned with the patient's care and their therapeutic options. The other point I would make is the use of this data. A lot of patient records have been around for a long time. It would be nice to be sure that we evaluate what we are doing with them, that we make sure that the use of them is first useful for the patient, but also improves health outcomes. Just because we can do something doesn't necessarily mean that we should do it. Thank you.
Jesper, I don't know if you want to react or you want someone to.
No, I think this is very important to bring forward, and I think it's a discussion we hear quite often between the data that is out there that can be used, but for many different reasons not really being made interoperable and not necessarily findable either, or accessible, certainly not, so you can't reuse it. So all the FAIR principles are not upheld, right? And I really appreciate how some ideas of how to move forward with this is being presented here. So highly support that. It's something we definitely need to tackle in the European health data space in the years to come. One element, I think, from my perspective, that keeps coming up over and over again is the ability of our citizens to be educated well in order to better understand their health data. I know a lot of people with chronic diseases will truly understand their health data, but those of us not yet with a chronic disease, we probably need some education to become better health data literate. Right? I think it's a discussion we need to have in a democratic Europe. How do we enable that? Because there's so much important information in this data going forward. And that also can deal with some of the challenges you'll see as we start to talk about certain data that should be restricted for citizens to access, to change and control. We have a bit of discussion in Denmark that whenever you can access some of the data that's been recorded, It's not necessarily always that the patient do fully agree with the data that was recorded. So the elements, and I think if you look across Europe, that whole element of harmonization, consensus, standardization really becomes a big challenge across X number of member states and many other different healthcare systems. So just want to bring that forward. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. So I think Jerome is raising his hand here, so I think we probably should listen to him here as well.
Thank you, Jesper, and thank you for the previous intervention. And in fact, linked to that, you probably remember one of the key objectives that we are trying to achieve with the HDS is really strengthening of the rights of individuals. And what we mean by that is not only just providing this access to data by patients or by just individuals to their data, but also the ability to share it with the health professionals or anyone they want to at national level, but also across borders. On that point of before, this ability to modify the information, that is to add additional information, more often than not, information is missing, and this might be information that the patient or the person themselves have. So giving them this ability to add these informations to rectify some errors they might spot. But also on the other hand, restrict this access. There are instances where part of the information, of the whole of the information, is something that individuals just do not want to make available, to make known. So we should also respect this. And equally, we want to make sure that individuals are aware of who has access to this data and being able to decide as well the format on it should be a certain interoperability, so make it possible. So that is all some of the provisions that we include in the HDS proposal.
Glad to hear that, Jerome. Those are really important initiatives that we need to consider in the development of this. So thank you for those words.
We have here, Tanya has asked to intervene, and also Francois. So maybe Tanya first.
No, intervention is maybe not the right word. I just wanted to comment briefly on what was said with the data sitting at the GPs. And I think that was very, very important. And it relates to, on the one hand, I think evaluation, what we really do with the data and whether that has a benefit. And I think that should be the ultimate goal, yeah, in fact. So I think what is key here is also transparency, that it's clear who does what and who is allowed to do what. And I think this is also important when we consider FAIR principles of data usage. And moreover, when we consider this and also having data in different sources with federated or centralized approaches, I think it comes down to security and safety also. And especially with regard to cybersecurity. And I think this might create, and maybe also transparency, could create trust among the stakeholders. There could be also issues, of course, on the healthcare provider side, but I think that should be in the interest of society as a whole, that we increase the transparency and also the trust towards data sharing. And that would be very important. And that's why I think what has been said about this evaluation and transparency is really essential.
Francois?
Quick questions first to Thorsten. So you mentioned 3 legislations that may overlap. Is there a risk that some contradictions or difficulty may come from these because they will be implemented and interpreted at about the same time? And second question to Elisabeth, if I may. You mentioned different models for the governance of registries and patient data sources. And so apart from the FAIR principles, where did you get your inspiration on the governance of your registries? As there are certainly good practices, but not so good practices elsewhere for the governance of registries. And it's extremely important that we have a clear idea on how we could advise the governance of those tools.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That is, I see that is constantly kind of work in progress. You know, we started with a governance system, and we're still looking into other systems how we can improve. Also, I think there where legislation might change, we might look into that. So that we have been looking in other governance models. Yes. Does that answer your question? More or less.
In terms of overlap, as you say, of course, I mean, there's a learning curve, clearly. We are working on multiple levels. You're maybe aware that the remit, the mandate of the agency has also been extended in that now medical device expert group panels will be located and coordinated by the agency, and their task is primarily first for now to really help with any of the consultations that are foreseen in the medical device regulation regarding IVDs and medical devices, which have an impact on benefit risk assessment by the CHMP to facilitate that. That is just one example. I think, of course, I mean, there is a lot of interplay, and we definitely have to learn and need all discussion with stakeholders for that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I think, Jesper, I leave it to you to wrap up the session. And then
I'll do that very briefly. I think we have had some fantastic inputs here that we'll come back to in the last session, so save some of those for last. I would just like to, one thing that wasn't really brought up again here, but to Konrad's input here, I think, and we also heard it from Marilena, the mobile health tools opportunities. Let's be mindful about the European health data space of the future, where patients also, or citizens also, generate healthcare data that will be used to early identify and prevent disease progression. I think there's a huge opportunity ahead of us in that space. So let's not forget about that. Although we are discussing this at the Medicines Agency, there's certainly a digital medicine in the future as well. So I'd like to end on that note and move over to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesper and colleagues. Thank you for the excellent discussion. And I think, despite we are late, we now move to the next session, which now will focus on something we have heard a lot today, which is about guidance on collection and use of patient data. And this session is going to be chaired by Spiros Bambakas. And Spiros will introduce the rest of the colleagues.
Thanks very much. Somebody has to be the last one, and unfortunately it's me today. So bear with us, be patient. And I hope that you will find some of the presentations and talks quite practical, actually, and they will show way forward. The first talk is by Torsten, with whom I had the pleasure and the honor to work many years in scientific advice. He's a senior scientific officer in scientific advice. He is leading, among others, the qualification of novel methodologies. And Torsten will show you that it is not that difficult to submit an application for qualification of novel methodologies or for a qualification advice while you are preparing the methodology. Thank you, Torsten.
Thank you very much, Spiros, and thank you very much for having the opportunity to talk about the qualifications of novel methodologies. Next slide, please, or 2 slides, actually. So, novel methodologies, you have heard today already a lot about clinical outcome assessments, PROs, clinician reported outcomes and observer reported outcomes, and patient preference studies. These are 2 examples of groups of methodologies which can be used in the development of medicinal products, but we want to actually know, or we need reassurance as regulators that the data and the evidence that is produced by these methods can be relied on and are robust. Other examples, and in order to allow for an early interaction and dialogue during the development of such methodology, the EMA has introduced basically 2 platforms which I would like to point out. This slide just shows you other obvious examples of what we deal with in the qualification of novel methodologies. So be it the qualification of biomarkers, imaging markers, symptom scales, statistical methodologies, real-world evidence tools, data sources and registries, or methodologies which allow for innovative clinical trial methodology. And last but not least, as mentioned in the last panel by Carla Torre, digital and, I'm really sorry, digital and AI-based methods. Next slide, please. So the EMA provides support for developers of novel methodologies in two forms, basically. First, the Innovation Task Force. This is an informal chance for an informal dialogue with opinion leaders on scientific, legal, and regulatory issues, on products and methodologies and technologies. This is a conversation in brainstorming style on innovation in areas without existing guidance. Importantly, this is free of charge, and we invite developers to take this opportunity early on to start the dialogue with the regulators. The second platform, and which I will focus today, is scientific advice and mainly qualification of novel methodologies. The difference between scientific advice and qualification of, thank you very much, novel methodologies is that scientific advice is focusing on the development of specific medicine products and is confidential in nature. The qualification of novel methodologies focuses on the development of a methodology. And if a qualification is successful, this endorsement of the validity of the methodology will be published as a qualification opinion. So the vision is to speed up and optimize drug development for utilization and to improve public health and provide relevant data and information for patients when they use the medicinal products. Everybody can apply who is active in the developing fields, consortia, networks, public-private partnerships, learned societies, pharma, CROs, software developers, you name it. The outcome, in an early stage, when it's about agreeing on protocols and strategies to generate the evidence to support a qualification, is called qualification advice. This is confidential, but what can be made available and published in case the agency considers a project very well thought out and planned and is supported by good preliminary data is a letter of support. This is intended to be visible on the website and for the developer to facilitate, for example, collaborations which may facilitate data generation for future qualification. Once appropriate data has been developed, hopefully we can reach a qualification opinion. This, after a consultation process, will be published on the website, and it will endorse the use of a methodology in a very clearly defined context of use for evidence generation to support medicinal product development. Who's doing the work? This is the qualification team. And I just show you how this is composed. There are two coordinators, usually from the Scientific Advice Working Party, a standing working party of the CHMP or CHMP members. And then we add experts, we invite experts based on the context of use that is at stake, the technology platform, the therapeutic area, and we always, of course, will have biostatisticians joining. In the right upper corner, you see very clearly pronounced, and importantly, we will always, when the methodology is suitable for that, invite patient representatives, because we think it is incredibly important to make sure to get the patient input, to see that the practicalities of the methodology, the evidence that is generated, is relevant to patients. And the process will be coordinated by project managers, scientific officers at the EMA. One example, which again have already been mentioned by Carla, I wanted to show to you is, of course, nowadays digital health technologies. So innovative uses of digital technologies to collect data in clinical research to assess and monitor benefit risks or benefit risk of medicine throughout the life cycle of medicinal products. So there are lots of potential benefits, like there are potential for entirely new clinical outcome assessments, for example, in neurologic diseases, where you can have cognition tests with apps or measure dexterity, and there is a multitude of opportunity. There is the chance to observe the patient functioning in the real world setting, which is of course very tempting and informative, hopefully, for decision making. There is the opportunity to decrease missing data, to enable automatic checks, and to have passive long-term data acquisition. The technology will enable and optimize decentralized trials where it's possible to capture data remotely and also to enroll and monitor patients remotely. And hopefully it is also possible to increase adherence to therapies with DHTs. But again, and I always said promise, we would like to see and welcome developers to come to the agency, to come to qualifications, and to make sure that they generate the evidence that support and tell us that we can really rely and trust these methodologies for regulatory decision making. So to close, the title of this slide is all important. The qualification of novel methodologies matters to patients, but clearly patients do matter a lot to the qualifications of novel methodologies. So qualifications of novel methodologies allows confirming that a new method is fit for purpose to generate the evidence for decision making. And I didn't go into that in any detail because colleagues have already discussed IMI prefer and the qualification opinion earlier during the workshop today. IMI prefer qualification opinion is a clear example of an immediate patient-focused and relevant methodology that has qualified a comprehensive reference framework for planning and conducting patient preference studies to complement regulatory decision-making. As I said, the patient input to the qualification team is crucial to ensure that really information relevant to patients is collected and that measurements are feasible in daily life and that novel methodologies offer an advantage over established measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Torsten. Very clear. You saw the extent of expertise which goes into a qualification procedure from all sorts of experts with different expertise, but you also saw that we have always a patient representative in the qualification procedure, at least one. And just for the record, involvement of patient representatives in scientific advice and protocol assistance, if it has not been said today yet, dates back 20 years when Jan LeCam made this proposal to me to include patient representatives in the first protocol assistance provided by Eurordis. At that time, the project manager was Fabrizia Fabiani. I remember a lot of discussions. Maria Mavris followed after Fabrizia, and it was a very rewarding experience, which paved the way to include patient representatives in all sorts of procedures. So many thanks to Jan, who unfortunately is not in the room right now, but he knows that. The next speaker, I'm really delighted to introduce Susan Batty, who represents the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries, EFPIA. Susan works for Merck Healthcare as EU Director, Regulatory and Scientific Policies. She is co-chair of the Clinical Research Expert Group in EFPIA, but more importantly for this meeting here, Susan is also co-chair of a dedicated patient engagement group at EFPIA. Thank you, Susan, for being here in person.
Thank you very much for inviting me today. And I'm going to be talking about guidance. And we've had that word a lot today. And what we from the pharmaceutical industry would like to see in terms of guidance on engaging with patients. So it's about patient experience data in decision making and future guidance. Right. So, as we've heard, it's really important to get early advice when we're collecting patient experience data. And we are very grateful that there's an opportunity to have early interaction with EMA in order to discuss proposed patient experience data, the methods of collection and the analysis to make sure that they are fit for purpose. And I was really happy to hear from Maria that the pilot that was started for orphans is now going to be expanded to cover other products as well. That's really good news. What we'd like to say is that we would like to get some agreement on the timing between the applicant and EMA on an optimal process on when we should include a patient input. And we also feel that EMA is really uniquely positioned to advance the development of standard core sets of measures for patients' disease and treatment burden. And they could do this, or you could do this at a disease and functional level, which is much more difficult for us to do at an industry level, as we tend to concentrate on certain diseases. And that would reduce the need for us to develop and review, or for us to develop, you to review treatment-specific instruments over and over again. We've heard this again today a lot, that we need actually, in industry certainly, and maybe academia too, a little bit more certainty. We feel that a multi-stakeholder collaboration is really, really crucial to increase the efficiency of gathering representative patient input on their diseases, and that this would really save patients time and deliver greater certainty and fit-for-purpose tools. So we all agree, I think, that patient experience data can provide very useful information to patients, prescribers, and regulators and other stakeholders. And it's also super important for HTA decision-making on pricing and reimbursement. We really feel that we still need guidance on how meaningful patient experience data can be collected, analyzed, and applied during drug development. To make sure that we are actually giving you what you need. And we heard some anecdotes today of people saying, well, industry comes up and they just have this potpourri of a few patient-reported outcomes and say, what do you think? I'm afraid that is what you get when, when it's left up to us to try and find out what you need. So we really would appreciate a little bit more clarity. If it's not a guidance, then maybe we can agree on a Q&A, right? And that would actually take some of the uncertainty away that we feel is currently limiting research into patient experience and patient evidence. The other point I'd like to make is that we really don't get a huge amount of information on how patient experience data has been used during the regulatory assessment and decision-making process, and the impact that it had on the decision. I really loved that paper that's been produced on PROs and how they've been used, but it's quite difficult to find that. It is quite a lot of effort, and I can say vouch for that because I've tried myself. So it would be nice if there was a little bit more transparency, because then we would have more opportunities to learn, and it again probably would lead to less inefficiencies. What we thought might be useful would be some kind of multi-stakeholder focus groups that would present an opportunity for sharing, discussing, and documenting best practices. Transparency on use of patient experience data, we also think this is a really important point to raise, because if we want to encourage a more evidence-driven, patient-centric approach to drug development, then really we need to have transparency on how that data is being used in regulatory decisions, or indeed why it wasn't used or usable. We feel that that should actually be included as an explicit goal in your EMA plans for development of patient-centric drug development, to make information more transparent on how that data has been used. And we would like to see a guidance that covers what is needed to ensure that the patient experience data is fit for purpose to be included in your decision-making process, and where appropriate is included then in the EPAR and in the product information. So to sum it up, what we'd like to see is, or what can be done indeed to optimize the use of patient experience data in regulatory decision making. We think that development of clinical outcome assessments and patient-relevant endpoints for specific diseases, as well as core clinical outcome assessments across indications, would be extremely useful. We'd like to see the IMI prefer recommendations used and maybe expanded so that we can develop robust and validated patient preference studies. We'd also like a development of best practices for transparency in patient experience data and how these are used in regulatory decision making. And of course, we're very much looking forward to the ICH guidance that's been mentioned several times, but that we all know will take a few years, unfortunately, to be finalized. So in total, we would like to see that there is more patient experience data collected from industry, but we want to see the impact that it's going to have on a regulatory benefit risk decision. And we want to see that when we've submitted data, if that data is appropriate, it's actually included in the evaluation of the product and in the information provided to the public. So just to conclude, we are in industry very strongly committed to patient-focused drug development, and we would like to increase the uptake of patient engagement. We very, very much appreciate EMA's engagement with patients, and we would love to have an ongoing multi-stakeholder dialogue, including sharing of case studies, so that we can benefit from the lessons that we can learn from each other and develop global best practices, which can be then also introduced into those new ICH guidelines. It would be nice if we could have an alignment of patient experience data requirements across regions. However, we don't obviously want to go to the highest possible hurdle that anybody can come up with. So if EMA has got some pragmatic suggestions, we'd really like to hear them. We also realize that this engagement really actually needs quite a lot of capacity, and we would be very much in favor of strengthening the network at EMA and the medicines agencies to make sure that there is the necessary resource available to facilitate the use and acceptance of patient evidence. And my last point is that we would love to continue the momentum that we've started today, continue the dialogue, and have more in-depth discussions, for instance, perhaps in multi-stakeholder EMA, HMA focus groups, in order to make sure that we can progress this topic quickly.
Thank you very much, Susan, for this very insightful talk. And indeed, we're going on to, last not least, perhaps a more difficult aspect, which is the global aspect. I would not be so categorical, yes or no. I think we can progress both in parallel. We can progress an EMA pragmatic approach, but we should not forget that we should try to take with us the world who is less advanced in terms of patients' involvement in clinical trials. And I'm delighted really that now we have Milton Bonelli to talk about the ICH paper and the ICH perspectives. Milton is the management committee member of the EU in the ICH, and equally important, Milton is the lead of the new topics subcommittee in ICH, and Milton will push for a new guideline on patient preferences as the lead of the new topics subcommittee. Thank you, Milton.
Thanks, Spiros. And yes, indeed, my second role has been revealed now. So this morning I was a scientific advice officer only. So just to keep going on multi-stakeholder approaches, I mean, ICH is probably one of the oldest regulatory industry multi-stakeholder platforms that exist. And indeed, as an ICH representative for EMA, I very much welcome today's exchange of views. Now, quickly, I would like to explain to the ones that are not familiar with ICH what ICH is. And as I mentioned, is an industry regulatory collaborative platform to draft guidance with the goal of improving drug development and the registration processes. It started a while ago in 1990 and was reformed in 2015 to open up to new global areas. So we have now a membership of China, South Korea, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, you name it. There are a lot of new cultures coming in the ICH environment. And now, going to the next slide, you have an overview of all the players that are in the ICH's membership. But what I want to stress, rather than going through the whole list, is that we have, of course, regulators. We have an enlarged industry membership that goes beyond the innovator industry. We have also generics, over-the-counter medicines. And in addition to this, we also have other entities that are regulated or impacted by ICH guidelines. This is a growing list of entities. And these are entities with a global outreach, with the exception of the 3 pharmacopoeias that are relevant for the quality topics, not really for today's discussion. You have SciOms, that was mentioned earlier today, that is also producing some different type of guidance, not at technical level. I understand such an in-depth as ICH would probably try to do. So this renewed and enlarged membership means that ICH needs to take care also of different types of complexities, cultural differences, and I'm sure your field is very much advanced in how to address these, and of course the complexity specific to the role of patients and the interactions with the providers of healthcare are extremely high in the different regions. Now, before I zoom in on the patient-focused drug development topic, I need to say that ICH draft guidelines. Reflection papers are a slightly different thing. They are intended to help articulate a strategy and goals for future harmonization work. They cover usually a larger domain and than an individual guideline. So in a reflection paper, you find proposals for ICH guidelines. And what you see on the right-hand side of this slide is indeed the ultimate goal of a new topic proposal is to become an ICH guideline and cover a specific area of focus with specific objectives, and the topics are decided every year on a yearly basis. Moving on to what's relevant for today's, especially relevant for today's meeting, is that some years back we published a draft reflection paper on patient-focused drug development, and this identifies key areas for incorporation of the patient perspective in drug development, and aims to improve the quality, the relevance, and the safety and efficiency of drug development in this space in order to inform a regulatory decision making. In this reflection paper, you have 2 proposals for guidance. One is on patient-meaningful clinical outcome assessments and endpoints, and a second one is on patient preference information relevant to the benefit-risk assessment and the areas of benefit-risk assessment that are preference-sensitive, of course, as was also mentioned, I think, by my colleague Francesco Pignatti earlier today. This paper was co-sponsored by us and the FDA, and it was supported by the other ICH parties in its first version. We published it in 2021, and we have received really a lot of interest from the public, from non-ICH stakeholders. We got a lot of comments from individual private companies, pharma and not, learned societies, individual patients, patient advocates, and academic researchers, and of course, as some of you might know, patient organizations. What's important to say then is that all these comments were triaged and were divided into 3 blocks. So one of the first block is the type of comments that went into updating the reflection paper in its final version that you can see on ICH's website. And then the other 2 categories are first comments that were aimed at giving us advice on how to develop the 2 guidance documents that I mentioned before. In addition to this, there was quite a long list of requests not to reinvent the wheel. So to make sure that the existing tools, research papers and initiatives out there are made the most of in the ICH process, as not to create divergence to other existing standards. Now, as I mentioned, the final version of this paper has been published last year with a dedicated overview, a high-level overview of the comments received. And now the next step would be to develop indeed these guidance documents. And ICH has been reflecting on how to open up to its non-member stakeholders, because of course, especially in the space we are discussing today, we cannot rely only on the voice of regulators and regulated industry who form and will still form the core of an ICH drafting group. So we are following the footprint of what is happening in the GCP renovation project. The GCP renovation project, there is another reflection paper if you want to go and see it, explains a bit how the GCP of ICH has impacted people that are not part of ICH. And therefore, based on this, ICH decided to activate some direct communication channels with academic researchers and investigators that are not necessarily sitting at the ICH table as ICH members. So we have been thinking of how to build on this for future projects. For the GCP renovation, we have done some regional engagements, and some of you have participated to some sessions facilitated through the Healthcare Consumer Working Party of CHMP. And then there are some direct interactions with the ICH working group. Now, we are still discussing at ICH level what would be the best approach for patient-oriented topics, because the panorama is a bit different than what we have in the case of GCP, where there is really a community of investigators that had a strong voice already put together over time. So this is a discussion ongoing, but surely you will have some information on how this will take shape as we go along, and surely before the guideline work starts. So the next steps for the patient-focused drug development reflection paper and underlying guidance documents is that indeed the reflection paper now is final. There are no changes foreseen at the moment, if not minor, due to the dynamic environment we are all in. And then a lot of the comments received will be passed on to the expert working group that will draft the guidance documents. We will keep collaborating with the FDA to propose a new topic proposal, which is one nice 1-2-pager document that explains what guideline we foresee to develop, and then after ICH accepts it, it's published in the form of a concept paper out there. And of course, we need to also advance at ICH level the overarching discussions on how to best engage non-ICH stakeholders, because we want, surely we want to focus the attention of non-ICH stakeholders on the right topics. And in this case, it's very easy. Patient-focused drug development, main stakeholders are patients and caregivers that and the people in the close environment of the patient, of course. For other ICH guidelines, this will be a bit more complex, but international organizations very often rely on precedents, so we want to get this right. Then we want to have a sustainable system so that we don't overwhelm the experts in the working group with a lot of different opinions coming from across the globe, and this would inevitably result in a long delay in developing guidance. Just to go to the triage of the comments received, and then of course we want to make sure that any interactions with non-ICH stakeholders adds value to the ICH process, so that we get the best possible guidance out there. And I think with this, I've concluded my presentation. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Milton, for providing this very personal insight into the reality of ICH, which started from 6 members back in the 90s, and now we have many, many members, which makes the entire process a bit slower, but at the same time makes the entire process much more impactful. And I believe, Juan, we have time for 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Josie Dropwell, IPOPI. This is a question for Thorsten. You talked about digital health technologies. Now, I believe that quite a few patient organizations have developed apps. And those apps, patients can input a lot of data. But I think, if I'm not wrong, under the new regulation, some of those apps will not qualify as a medical device. So yet there's a whole lot of data that is going to be lost. So how can you perhaps see how we can change that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's not so much that we have an initiative on this. I think clearly this qualification of novel methodologies is a procedure that can be requested if a stakeholder is developing a digital health technology that is intended to generate data that should be used for benefit risk assessment. So, but of course, we would welcome the patient organizations that you mentioned, for example, to engage in this high-level brainstorming discussion in the innovation task force that we offer. I think that is a good entry point to see that. And I think it is also a process for these patient organizations to become aware how valuable these data are actually, and to make sure that their apps, their DHTs they are developing fulfill the requirements of both MDR, which are not in the remit of the EMA, and if they intend to use these data to support information that should be included in product information, to also come to us and have this conversation.
Other questions from the audience? Francois, yeah.
Yes. Milton, thank you for this explanation. In your views, what would be the most logical sequence? Because these PFDD guidelines will take some time. And this morning, some proposed that the EU could legislate in the context of the revision of the general pharma legislations to mandate patient preferences or patient evidence in the dossier submitted by industry. And that could be blocking if we legislate too quickly and if it creates a framework which will not authorize all what PFDD will develop and propose. So should we first wait for PFDD guidelines to be published and then to think of how to incorporate this in the legislation? Can both go simultaneously, or could it be a problem if we legislate too soon before your own reflections are come to a conclusion?
So first, on the interrelation with the legislation, I need to say that ICH will draft technical guidance documents on a methodology to gather information and how to maybe develop an endpoint based on a PRO, just to give an example. So I see little risk of a difficult interface with legislative changes. To be frank, we have had only very rare cases where ICH guidelines have been challenged by changes in legislation. So this is the first part. The second part really is you are asking for my personal preferences, and well, that's important up to a certain point in such a big environment as ICH, being a multi-stakeholder platform. We will have to see what can be supported the most. I think either of the two topics could potentially be of very high interest and urgency. However, looking at the discussions we've had also today, my orientation, and also looking at the panorama out there of guidance that has been mentioned from other regulators, is probably to go towards the patient preference orientation. This is because there is already some material out there from the US FDA on PROs, and we have this annex on the oncology guideline that already gives some stepping stones. I hope then the EMA can further discuss whether, based on also the previous presenter to my last presentation, what can be done at EU level. But there you go, my response would be to probably start with what's higher and earlier in drug development, which would be identifying the right patient preferences. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Marilena from the European Heart Network again. I'd like to pick up something that Suzanne mentioned, and also colleagues from EMA, HTAs also strengthened before. And that is, of course, very good to hear the industry's willingness to improve the collection of patient evidence through PROs and other data. However, if we go back into public and patient preferences, we observe that though we mentioned the motivation and willingness to share data is there, when commercial parties are involved in the collection of data, that willingness tends to decrease quite significantly. So how can we, and that poses an extra barrier to the industry who wishes to provide good patient evidence to regulators. NHTAs are not a potpourri that is not consistent. So, what can be done? There must be some sort of synergies that we can think of. We've seen earlier there are patient organization data platforms that are there, and we see in preferences on data sharing, when patient organizations or independent researchers are involved, then the willingness to share is much higher than when the industry collects those data. So I would like your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for asking that question. Industry's willingness to share data is certainly, it's not because we don't want to share data with patients and academia. It's usually because we're not that keen on sharing our data with some of our competitors. So that tends to put limits sometimes on what we can share. However, I personally feel that in this space where we should all be learning together, we definitely need to be sharing more. We have actually shared quite a few case studies in the backup slides that we have sent to the agency for this workshop. They weren't presented because we didn't have time, but I believe they're going to be put online. So there will be some case studies there for people to take a look at from industry. And if we are able to move forward in what we would like to see, which is a multi-stakeholder dialogue on how we can develop these methods and make sure they are fit for purpose, then I am certain that industry will also be willing to share more case studies in future to make sure that we can all learn from the experiences of each other.
Thank you, Susan. And being cautious of time, last question from Solange Roux.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'd like to build on the question that was raised with regard to digital health tools, apps, and also on the work we are currently doing as part of the focus group that EMA has set up on the optimization of the qualification framework, taking the opportunity of this discussion today to promote the workshop, the multi-stakeholder workshop we are organizing in December on digital health technology, digital endpoint, which is a true multi-stakeholder activity, which will be the opportunity not only to connect the dots, but also to identify issues and potential solution to move forward. So clearly, this is the opportunity for an open dialogue where, of course, patient engagement will be part of the game. So don't hesitate to join us It will be a virtual meeting, and in addition, attendance is for free. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to promote this multi-stakeholder event.
Thank you, Solange. A really good, interesting event coming up. And with this, I would like to close this session. It's the last one. We are a little bit over time, but not terribly a lot. And I give the floor to Juan.
Thank you very much, speakers and colleagues. And indeed, I think you have managed very well the time. I intend to skip the coffee break, if everyone agrees. And then maybe we can have a coffee later, because we can maybe manage better the time like that. But at least we ensure that we have a proper last session. So I would like to invite Harald, Sabine, Bruno, Peter, Spiros and Jespers online to join the panel. And the way that we are going to run this session is just to open and for comments, but we will give the floor to each of them participating in the different sessions, just to a little bit wrap up from the different sessions, also with the element of safety as well. So we can maybe start with Harold, and then we will go through all of them, and then we will open for questions. Otherwise, we may be stuck in one of the aspects. So please, Harold, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Not even giving us a coffee first, but nevertheless, let me try to summarize what my dear colleagues, with all of you together, the audience has found out, has produced in the first session. Well, let me start with a very easy one. What is completely undisputed, what was very easily reached, was a common ground that patients' input is tremendously important. And here are hardly any differences. It is very clear on the one side, it is offered, and on the other side, it is needed, it is welcomed. What remains, however, is to put that into a reasonable standard use. I'm not saying standardize a kind of input, that is for others, but make it a standard that it is used. Whether that is then a PRO, whether that is a preference, whether this is experience, whether that is real life experience, whether that is a patient's perspective, that remains to be seen, that can be adopted. That's why I said, let's just call it input for over here. But the important thing will be that this is included at each and every stage of this long way of decision making. And here it was mentioned very clearly, the sharpest tool that will be available, that may be available here, it's the opportunity we now have by the new legislation. If we really want that mandatory as a standard, then the best, the most efficient, the safest way is to have it in the legislation. And well, that worked for the environmental things. And if it is good for fish, then it should be good for patients anyway. Yeah, so very clear on that one. That was the easy one. Then various contributions identified repeatedly the same challenges. Well, there are many, but there are two that were outstanding, that came again and again, were the top runners. The first one is that the decision makers are insufficiently aligned. And if I say decision makers, I mean the whole chain. Early on, from someone there in industry who makes the decision, yes, we want to invest this money and have this research thing moved on to development. Yeah, that is the first in industry a decision, which then will follow by the clinical trials in comes the first regulators, clinical trial authorization, make it complicated. You got the ethics committees, even before you come to the marketing authorization applications that may create their own problems. And after that, the problems don't stop. HTA bodies, payers, and even it doesn't even end there. Learned societies, you have not only the regulatory guideline, you have the treatment guidelines as well. Yeah? All this huge chain. And yes, I think we all can agree that this is not as aligned as it should be. We come to that under actions again, but let me first stay with the analysis, with the top challenges we have. The next one is, and that is a message we clearly take up. Decision making is obviously not yet sufficiently transparent. Well, as I said, we heard this message loud and clear. There has been progress. Much of the progress has been triggered, interesting enough, by COVID. Here, EMA has really developed completely new ways, a new volume, how to communicate. And that certainly is progress. But still, the message is clear. No, we are not yet where we need to be. And what I take is that it is not only that the information is not available, it is not user-friendly. Yeah, there is so much information, you are hard-pressed. Well, I'm frequently hard-pressed to find where for crying out loud is this now? Yeah, there are thousands of pages and it is hidden somewhere. Not by malintent, but that is certainly a problem, and that is what we need to take up. We have to make it more user-friendly, easily accessible, tailored for the target audience. So, analysis, those were the two topic challenges. What to do about it? How to meet those challenges? Well, if decision makers are insufficiently aligned, then we have to get them together. And what is important here, and that came again and again and again, is the multilateral nature of this interaction. If we are stuck with one-on-one things, we are not moving on. The regulatory experience here is we can talk to industry and we will discuss what is the minimal amount of data that are required for a fast approval. Yes, we can find a common ground here. And then we talk to HTA bodies and they say, well, what are the mature data we need from your assessment to build on that? And that is a completely different animal. Being in the middle as a regulator, I can say from CHMP, we can do both, but not at the same time. Yeah? That is why we need everyone, from industry to the academics, to the physicians, who will use that together with the patients all the way along in the same room to find this common ground. And providing the information. Well, I already said COVID has certainly here opened some ways, and I guess it is important to continue on these. To provide information, on one hand, in a very simple form. The CHMP summaries are a very nice example for a very condensed, extremely simple way. And on the other hand, the 300 pages of an EPA, meaning more than 1,000 pages each month, well, nobody's going to read all of that. Very clear, we need in between a scouting function. We need to structure that, to guide, to show, hey, look, here it is. And now, importantly, we need your help. Giving this information, many of the information is available. To make that really accessible, we need your help. That can work nowadays only in a cascade system. Pass it on. We will start, we have started that. We use the national competent authorities who provide monthly updates, what is the latest at CHMP, exceeding the CHMP highlights of EMA, providing a little more details, providing the context, saying, hey, look, that is similar to this one, and if you want more details, here you have the link. But that is the whole regulatory world, and of course, you need to be specialized. So here, again, your help is needed. You have to be part of this cascade, pass it on, and only then you will reach those underrepresented groups that were mentioned. That is something we can achieve only together. And let's make that, importantly, not a one-way thing. This has to weigh both ways. It is very clear, and really, you are accepted as experts, as patients, yes, and at the very same time, as experts who have to teach us things, who have knowledge that occasionally in the scientific world is not that available as we should hope. Yeah, that, however, means it cannot be a one-way. It has to be an exchange. Give the feedback. Yeah, is it what should come there, and pass it on. Only then we will really reach. Even they repeat. Angela brought it up. The underrepresented groups. So that probably is the end of my very short summary. The plea, let's do that together, and please play your active part. Come back. We have increasingly use of the social media. Yeah, we try to put there, I try to put there, hey, look, that has been now on the EMA homepage. We have this one on the German national homepage to see. Pass it on. Come here, join us, pass it on, give feedback. Then this last point, the transparency, the understanding why something happens can be done, and give back. The feedback, what is your views, is very important in this context as well. That's it for what I took from the first one.
Thank you very much, Harald, for these points. And I think we can afterwards maybe discuss on them and open for questions. I would like to invite to complement to Sabine Strauss and to focus a little bit more from the point of view of safety and pharmacovigilance and how patient engagement there can be progressed.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Harold, for a very nice summary of this session. And because I wasn't chair, I have a bit of a different approach. But I like the fact that you started with common grounds. I think that's what I heard all the time, actually. I heard a lot of wishes, like an early dialogue. I think that can be accommodated. Multi-stakeholder consensus. We heard about the initiatives that are taken forward in order to achieve that. That might be a little bit more challenging, but very important. Constructions of platforms. Guidance is needed. We shouldn't make it a checkbox exercise. I really like that. I think that's a very important point. It should be heartfelt, and I think, at least I hope that we have conveyed that that's the case. And we should have transparency, like Harold also highlighted. I also identified some challenges. I'm not going to dwell very long on those, but data discoverability, data quality, access to data, the fact that there is no consensus yet, but we can work on that. And I think, to me at least, the takeaway messages is, first of all, ask the patient. Ask the patients what they want, what matters to them, how much does it matter, etc. I think that's a very important one. I heard that data is like water, and I like that very much. Empower the patients. I think I learned a lot because I approach it from the post-authorization, from the safety and the safety monitoring, which is of course very important, but you need a product on the market in order to be able to address that. And I learned a lot about all the challenges to get a product on the market. And I really like the brilliant initiatives of the HTO and also the Duchenne. I like the concept of the individual lockers and the gathering of that and the helpful way that information can be made available. We will have for the future the wearables, of course, the interoperability. I find that always a difficult word. But in summary, I think the future is really looking bright, and the patients should have a central role in the whole medicine life cycle, not only pre-authorization, but also post-authorization in the pharmacovigilance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabine, for extending this to the post-authorization element as well, and to summarize some key points. So we move to Bruno and to cover the elements of patient preferences.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think as we heard from Harold and Sabine, session one actually already touched upon a few of the topics that during the day we tended to come back to. So you will notice a trend in our presentations that we all seem to highlight in bold words that probably create a link between all sessions. I think in our session in this morning on the patient preferences topic, from the discussions we had, and thank you again for not only for the colleagues joining online and the speakers and the panelists, but also for the active contribution of all of you here in the room and also online. We were able to understand, I think, to agree, and the common ground would be that we need to continue to build the standards, the foundational standards, and also some guidance on the proper integration of patient preferences in the decision making. And here we heard from different stakeholders in the room the need for more discussions on the methodology, what and when should be used. We heard a very interesting request for some guidance on the minimum requirements. And if we link back, sorry, Spiros, to steal you something from from session 5, but if we link back to what Suzanne just told us a while ago, it is not, we might not even get a guidance, but at least a Q&A to start with would be nice. But again, a common ground would be, what do companies need to work on? What would other stakeholders expect from companies? So this is important. Again, the effective research design that is needed. And this links also to session 5 and what Milton brought us, the need for harmonization. We might think of regional harmonization, but we might think broadly on global harmonization. The good news is that things are ongoing. So this is not something that is here today, and it's, as we all know, this has been on our agenda for a few years now. So the good news is that things are happening. What we need to do is to continue to catalyze, or how Francesco called it, the culture change. And each stakeholder takes time to adapt to a different pace in this culture change. So most importantly, we need to look in this integration of patient preferences across the entire medical product life cycle. And this needs to include not only the upstream interested parties or stakeholders, and I'm thinking of industry, of course, and patients organizations from the beginning, but also the regulators and also our downstream colleagues at the HTAs, who will then, in a very direct way, regulate access. So again, the talk needs to be held with everyone. An emphasis was put also on the proportionate guidance. We don't want very rigid guidance. We are still in a learning process. And if we create too rigid rules, you know what, usually very rigid things tend to break. And we would prefer things that are allowed to bend and to get other shapes as a result of the learning process we are in. Another emphasis that was given was the collaboration with patient organizations early on, and this was something that I think is common from other sessions, and we could see the example that Elisabeth Vroom brought us today, but other examples were also mentioned. Bullet point 2 touches upon what I think is perhaps one of the most important things. Everyone mentioned the need for early dialogue. We've seen this before in other settings. I'm now certainly going back to my times at the Committee of Orphan Medicinal Products, and at the time, the issues we had with the maintenance of the orphan status at the time of marketing authorizations, the majority of them were solved by having early dialogues with scientific advice or protocol assistants to agree on what was needed for significant benefit at that time of marketing authorization. So again, here, what we have is that everyone in this room, at least the majority I heard, said that early dialogue as soon as possible, both for scientific advice or protocol assistance, would be the cornerstone of the successful use of patient preferences in regulatory decision making, and the potential to translate this into something that should be in the EPAR or in the label in the SMPC, if the data is relevant, not just because it was generated, it's because it's relevant. This is something that Francesco also put an emphasis on, and I think it is important, of course. I mentioned the EPAR, but we shouldn't forget the OMAR, the Orphan Maintenance Assessment Report, where, for instance, for the significant benefit of an orphan drug, patient preferences are usually very relevant. So it is relevant for the EPAR, but probably from the EPAR, it will move also into the OMAR. So it's a two-in-one aspect that is extremely relevant. Lastly, but not least, and I will end, the challenges remain. And this, I captured this from the last slide that you will have access to these slides. This was the last slide from Kate. And she actually mentioned from the myeloma patient's perspective the challenges, but these are actually the transversal challenges that I could identify. And these relate to the understandability for patients, the difficult for that patients still have in understanding these preferences and how to deal with this, that some methodologies are not patient-friendly, and sometimes the patient-friendly methodologies are not the best ones, so we need more work on this. The interpretability and applicability, and here, what is a robust sample, what patient preferences hold truth for different time points in the evolution of the disease, etc. All these aspects need to be agreed, and again, early dialogue will help. So establishing partnerships is of vital importance. And lastly, but not least, responsibilities. Who is responsible for what? What does industry need? What do regulators need? What does the industry need to do? What do patients' organizations need to do? What do the regulators need to do? And a strategy, which is probably what we are trying to define here also today. Finally, the key take-home message for me would be, you will also find it in the slides, but I think most of these issues regarding patient preferences, because we know they exist, we know how to do these studies. We still might not agree on the methodologies, but the truth is, we know what we need to do is define better the research design, have more collaboration and dialogue between stakeholders. And I think this is a fair summary of the session too.
I think it is. Thank you very much, Bruno. And we now give the floor to Peter to cover PROs.
Okay, thank you. I think we will see a pattern emerge of the kind of recommendations coming from the different sessions. So first of all, obviously patient-reported outcomes are maybe longer there than some of the issues that we discussed previously. But here I took the quote that Andre gave, measure what matters, and I added to patients. I think he said that, but I added that because we're looking from the perspective as a regulator of medicines, and maybe also downstream, it's about medicine. So there are many things that need to be measured to really develop medicines. So apart from that, I think it's important that we capture what patients really matters to them, and I think that is really where this is about. So how do we now do that? It's fine to measure really the impact of the health situation, his private situation of a patient, but clearly we also want the PRO to be sensitive to the drug. So I think that was one of the other aspects that was mentioned. The effect of the impact on the PRO should be also something that relates to what is the drug doing to that patient. still, and that is, it should be meaningful to the patient. So it should be a PRO that is balancing between the things that we see as the quality of life kind of outcomes that are needed to make your gross impact assessment of the cost effectiveness of drugs, where we use the general scores like EQ5D, etc. But where we also feel that you obviously, or the group felt that I think it's important that we really measure also specifically what the impact of the drug is on the patient and what is then meaningful to those patients. So I think it's balancing between those two aspects, that it's close to the drug effect while still capturing a more broader perspective of what is the impact on the whole patient situation, but not going as far as to having a general scale of quality of life. So having said that, it makes it complex. I use a lot of words to describe what a PRO is and what it has to do. And that means that there is a robust methodology needed. And I heard that saying by different of the speakers there, and not just by the regulators, but also by the other speakers, that there should be a good methodology to develop PROs. How do you build it up? But also how that is guided. And I will come back to that in a minute. How do you want to see what is all done? But second, not just building the PRO and the validation of that is important. It's also important how you evaluate it further in the study setting. Is it trials? Is it in real world? But it's data that should be generated in a way that the PRO becomes interpretable also at the time when it's put to the regulator for assessment. So then coming to what the group also pointed out is that there is lacking guidance, and especially also harmonized guidance. I think we heard also before that there might be divergences or in the way how regulators sometimes approach this. So there should be harmonized guidance and standards on how to do this. And that requires that there is trained staff, but also that multi-stakeholder input that both all previous speakers actually mentioned. And then I think an interjection from the room, from the audience, but also made by, I think, Joke Jaarsma was really that it's so important to really realize where are you? Are you in a heterogeneous, are you in a setting of acute or chronic disease? Where and what is the role of the PRO in that kind of situation? But also the patient population itself. Pediatric patients may be not easily answering all PROs. It may not always be that PROs collected in real world are translatable to the situation of the children. Cognition, dexterity, elderly, well, name it, you should have something thought through how you deal with that in PROs in these heterogeneous populations. Then I think the other aspects, two more points to make, were the defined roles and the data quality expectations. So if you have a specific purpose for using the PRO, and in my view, and I think also the spirit of today is that we should aim high. The impact of the PRO should be really a key aspect in decision making. Carla Torre unfortunately showed that there is still a sort of discrepancy, and it can be probably very well explained on the robustness and etc. on the data, but I think it is also pointing towards, okay, how can we make better use of those PRO data being collected? And I think that was also something that the group really all seem to indicate, that we want to use these PROs really as key part of the decision. And then, yeah, I think that early interaction, people at Scientific Advice, including myself, will get busy times. Hopefully, good guidance will help, but clearly there is, this is important. And I think I put here the HTA because it's clearly also for them, they are much more used to using quality of life data, but they also would value, and I understand that, good PRO data if properly evaluated and generated. And then I think final points were things like plan it through. I think this was Beate actually stating, really plan it well where you do this, how you collect the data, not just at some discrete time points in the study, but really for the entire trial duration, and use proper statistical analysis plans to really interpret the data, hierarchical, controlled if needed. So I think that is a couple of the points that I wanted to highlight. So a bit more technical perhaps, but very much in the spirit of making best use of PROs.
Thank you. No, very helpful, and it will be integrated definitely. So I give the floor now to Jesper to cover digitalization and real-world evidence.
Thank you. I'm trying the best I can to do justice to a lot of great presentations, and I think should arguably also, in the context of what we're discussing today, probably be called secondary use of pro data and patient-generated data in the overall term, which is probably slightly different to what we discussed earlier today, and can likely also provide some different kind of insights when we're talking about the medicines. But it was really brought forward that there were a number of initiatives, especially around the European health data space, but also with the Duchenne example, that we need to enable access to and control and secure data. And what is, to me, ever strikingly important in a European context is the ethical common data governance model, and I kind of joined it in here in a single sentence. So thinking about how we can actually do that, because it's imperative for our success in enabling this in Europe, that we maintain, some places create trust, and through that enable a willingness to share data. We are giving this to the hands of the citizens to control that with the European health data space model, and also as we hear the patient organizations articulate this. What we really need to also further look into is to drive a consensus on the pros and the outcomes, so we have consistent measures and PROs, but also standardized data. And it's really a continuum of consistency and standardization we need to look into. One area where that would probably be a challenge is the concept, as we heard it mentioned, the personal data locker, which I really liked. Enable the citizens to get that data together, but you really need to help them, right, from a technical perspective, but also from what I took note of by one of the last interventions, really the semantic interoperability of that data. We have a very heterogeneous healthcare system across Europe, and what a diagnosis in one country is not necessarily exactly the same in another country. The lab measurements may definitely not be the same between two laboratories, etc. And some of the dates you operate with will be different because there's different things you measure. So we need to think about semantic interoperability, which is actually one of the harder nuts to crack, to be honest. But there are great opportunities ahead of us, and I think that was highlighted as well in several of the interventions. Mobile health tools opportunities, really to get to a point of real-time, continuous, and remote use of data and participation in whether it's observational studies or even clinical trials. There are some challenges that were highlighted that we need to overcome, the viability, the validity of some of that data and the endpoints in the PROs. And again, as one of the previous speakers in one of the previous sessions says, that this is really a scientific discipline to get to consensus and then to something robust around some of these measures. We definitely need both technical expertise, early dialogue, and guidelines, as was brought forward earlier. So again, an important area where we can play a role to facilitate that and again, co-creating that development, as I heard several of the speakers mention. So those were some of the key outcomes I wanted to bring into the session as well.
Thank you very much, Jesper, very clear. And I think we now move to Spiros.
Yes, now we are in the situation at the end of the meeting when everything has been said, but not by everybody. So I'm not the everybody who has to say it. But from my point of view, we still, as Harald mentioned before, you are the experts, we still have few proposals coming across our different options for procedures, which it doesn't have to be scientific advice and qualification, although that is the procedure which gives the outcome. But think of the lighter procedure, which is the innovation task force, which does not bind you to anything, and submit, discuss with us. We need more procedures from you. The website of the EMA has quite a lot of qualification opinions, and sometimes I think that qualifications of opinions as the preferred qualification opinion needs some disclaimer from me. It is an excellent procedure, excellent opinion, but you don't have to have this level of data and this level of application to submit to the EMA. I don't want you to be discouraged by some very, very good, very mature applications which come to us. It's just an example how you can argue. This is the message I'm having. And besides, you don't have to submit. Jordanis Gravanis, who is the head of the scientific advice, and Torsten Vetter, who is leading the qualification, have the telephone numbers and their emails available for you. Just give them a call and say what you have and what do they think what would be suitable for. The regulators need to get used to this new way of approaching, get more used to this way of approaching, and this is only possible through a lot of dialogue. And I believe we have done this and we have proven this through the experience both in scientific advice and in protocol assistance with many thousands of procedures. I took the message from Susan, and thank you, Bruno, for pre-commenting on it, but it doesn't matter. I will comment about it once more. Indeed, the ICH guideline will take a lot of time. We cannot sit there. It is important because it is important to take all these countries to a certain level of being aware that patient data are needed. But at the same time, we can really proceed in Europe, as Susan said, in a more pragmatic way. Which is, for example, in Q&A. And now that we reactivate the working parties, we have discussed on many levels that a Q&A is maybe, for the current state of the art, a document which should be used much more. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Spiros. And I think we can have a few minutes. I don't know if someone from the audience would like to intervene or to comment or to question. Yes, please.
Thank you. Sharon Gorman from FP and Pfizer. I just wanted to raise the question around a couple of you have got it on your slide around transparency, but that's caveated a little bit in terms of where it was used in decision making or where it's relevant to patients. And I think an audience member made a comment earlier that actually we do want transparency when it isn't used in regulatory decision making as well, especially if there's lessons to be learnt. So I'm just interested to hear your comments on that in terms of, where is the appropriate place to do that? I can certainly see the SMPC is not, but, where would be?
Happy to comment on that. The SMPC is the tip of the iceberg at the very best. We do have the public assessment report. That should be the gold standard to make transparent, to provide the justification for any decision that was made. Now, of course, as I said before, we have approximately at CHMP each month around 40 decisions. Who is going to manage that? That is why, and EMA has started that, to provide in between those guidance, giving an orientation, having a kind of scout function to give an overview and then enable whoever is interested to dig deeper into that. So the backbone probably will be the EPA, but we have to make an effort to make it user-friendly, to make things findable, and not leave you alone with the EPA, put that in context. Part of that will be in the discussions anyway, but that should be an additional effort to say, hey, and that is linked to, this is a similar decision as, or no, there was a similar decision, but there are important differences because of those things need to be made more transparent. Frankly, and now I stick my neck out on a very personal way, I think we have too many confidentiality issues anyway. I'm not talking about the confidentiality of personal data, but why all CHMP meetings are closed shops and we are strictly forbidden to say whatever there was discussed. Frankly, very personal opinion. That's now Harold's opinion, not even the CHMP chair's opinion, but Harold's opinion is this is an anachronism. This doesn't belong in the 21st century. Over.
We will reflect on this definitely. Any further question or comments? Yes, Mark.
Yeah, Mark Turner, Pediatrics. Just at the risk of repetition, if anybody is at all concerned about working with children, young people and babies, then please turn to our community. We do it every day. When I go back to work over the weekend, I'll be looking after people weighing 500 grams. That might be strange to you, but it's my everyday. And the same with everything else about anybody who is cognitively impaired under the age of 18, whatever it is. There are people out there who can make very specific comments about each aspect of this. And please don't leave us behind. We were left behind with the devices regulation, not with medicines. So please build on that great example. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. And no, we take it definitely. And we have made a lot of work in involving young people. And I think there is a willingness to continue in this direction. Susan.
Thank you very much for confirming that you're going to consider talking about patient input in the EPAR. I don't obviously like trying to compare you to the FDA, but they do have their form where they specifically have a section where they have to mention patient input. Now, I don't want you to take their form, but it would be nice to have a section where you could find this without having to read through the whole EPAR. So not only the patient input that has come perhaps been submitted by a company in as part of their marketing application, but also perhaps anonymized, of course, the patient input that you have had when you've been discussing the application. It would be very helpful for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Indeed, I think this is very much in line to some of the ideas that we have in mind how to increase transparency. Yes, please.
Thank you. Nicholas Brook from PFMD. I just would like to build a bit further on what Jan Lecam discussed this morning, and I felt it was a little bit missing in the conclusion. It was the difference between evidence and data. And I think we in PFMD, we talk about the fusion of patient engagement and patient experience data. And patient engagement is very much an activity that can lead to help better data. But not only, it can also lead better diversity with children or women into the aspect of representation. So I think it's really important in any guidance moving forward that actually we see that guidance cover how the two come into play, how we mix the two, when we do what, and so how they can contribute to each other.
It has been outlined by many who contributed that those are not competing, but complementary. Very clear, the data, the hard data, the quantitative data will be there and will play an important role. But at their side, there will be these soft things, and I avoided earlier to say, is this PRO, is it preference, and said, this patient's input. Yeah, I liked very much the word of the life experience, not falling into the trap with the real world data versus blah, blah. No, life experience, have this one. We are open to use that. At the moment, let me be honest, at the moment, how this will be balanced, the weight it will have, that remains to be seen, that remains to be developed. And therefore, I would be a bit cautious to ask too strongly for detailed guidance at this moment. Perfectly fine to say that has to be considered and make it transparent, put it at a certain place, how you did that. But if at this moment in time, we are too descriptive what weight it will have, there may be the danger we miss an opportunity. There may be the danger that caution first safety first, the conservative view, sticking to the hard data, will prevail. Yeah? Let's first have, and now again, challenge to the industry and to the patients. Let's first have a handful of nice examples where it is evident what can be done and that patients' input contributes significantly, drives the decision. Once this is, with a few examples, shown, then put that in a guideline, then this breakthrough has been made. Yeah. So my view, careful at the moment to ask for too much of a detailed guideline. The hopes we have will not go into the guideline. The guideline will probably be more conservative and then maybe a blocking thing rather than something that helps us forward. Yeah. So ball here to the industry. Come in with clear cases where this makes a difference. Yes, I'd love to see a great example where say, look, here the patient's view, the patient's input really overruled the allegedly hard data that were not so relevant here in this case in the first place. Yeah, make that an example. I challenge here industry, do that, show us, and I would encourage the patients' organization to push for that. Yeah, that is something we can do to a limited amount. Here we need a concerted, common approach to make that happen. And repeat, I think the easiest and fastest way is to have a few convincing cases and build on those rather than go the purely theoretical way of the guideline in the first place.
Thank you very much. So I think
one thing. So I think guidelines will not capture every detail, and we talked about the heterogeneity in populations and disease settings. So it is not so easy to have everything covered there. I think for that reason, obviously, we have things like scientific advice for the interactions. But also, I think we were talking about transparency. If information that didn't really contribute to the decision is not there, it probably, or sorry, if there is no information in the EPAR and the documents that we provide, then usually it hasn't been key to the decision making. Some of these data would still be valuable for certain groups. We talk about patients or diverse populations, as were mentioned. That kind of information could be somewhere, but that is also a similar plea to the industry, obviously, in making data also transparent from your side. So I think it could be both directions and then, yeah, independent researchers could maybe pick up those data again further. So that might be another addition.
Thank you very much. So I think maybe we have to come to a conclusion. And so I would like to thank you, everyone, for these very helpful discussions. I think we are very pleased. We have had a lot of progress, I would say, because we can, and I hope you all agree that we can say that there is, at least in this room, a stakeholder consensus on patient experience data is needed, is useful, and has to be incorporated throughout the entire life cycle of a medicine, from very early development to the assessment to post-authorization in pharmacovigilance, but even in healthcare. So I think that the spectrum is huge, and we also mentioned the need to incorporate when decision-making, not only in terms of regulators, but also to HTA and to have alignment there. So we need to ensure we have a definition, and I think we agree that when we talk about patient experience data, we are not talking all about PROs and patient preferences. We are talking about any information which is obtained and which is going to obtained through any patient engagement methodology, focus group, etc., which is going to be a complement and which is going to also always inform and make a better outcome. So a message that we want to make very clear, and I think I'm very pleased, we have the chair of the PRAC, the chair of the CHMP, the vice chair of the CHMP. EU regulators welcome patient experience data. So I think maybe we need to all work to avoid and to overturn this misconception and these results that we have seen today, that there is a resistance from regulators to accept the data. But on the other hand, we also agree that there is maybe a need to improve the quality of this data, to room for improvement on the methodology, and how to all work together so that this data is of good quality and can really be incorporated into the assessment and ends up in the product information. More research is needed, as we have said, and also guidance is important. We have an opportunity now to progress and to define global harmonized standards, working at the level of ICH, but it takes time. We acknowledge that, and therefore we also think it's important, and we made a clear call for developers to come for early dialogue, to come for scientific advice, to discuss qualification of novel methodologies, and not only that, but involve patients early in your developments so that everything is incorporated. We talk about transparency, and I think it was a very clear call, and I think we also need to look at what we can improve in order to ensure that the way patient experience data is assessed is well reflected in the assessment report, and we will look at that. But also to make all the information more patient-friendly, more accessible, and also to be able to communicate that properly to everyone, because it's true that sometimes information exists, but it's not findable. We talk about accessibility as well and the need to improve that, but not only accessibility, but also control of the health data, and also about the common data governance maybe needs to be developed. And we heard about the rapid changes in digitalization and in the area of real-world evidence, that they bring so much opportunities to collect patient experience data, something which is changing the paradigm. And I think we heard about the mobile. And I think this is so rapid that I think maybe we need to also overcome the challenges that it brings, because what we are talking today, maybe in 2 years, we need to maybe approach in a different manner. We also heard the opportunities, and it's very timely, all this discussion that the new legislation is bringing, because it's true, and I think, yeah, we all expect that maybe reference to all the work that is being done by all the stakeholders in incorporating patient experience data is reflected somehow there. So I would like again to thank you. We will try to put that in somewhere digestible and communicable format so that it can be agreed and shared with all stakeholders, and it can help to a little bit measure progress, to be able to say what we have agreed today to do and how in the future we can maybe make progress in this. So with that, we will have some kind of a report or article, some kind of communication that we will keep you updated. This has been recorded, and we hope that very soon will be posted on the EMA website, and we will let you know. It will be accompanied by some kind of announcement so that you can distribute and disseminate as much as possible. And I would like to thank colleagues who have supported the organization of the workshop, to help to thank the chairs, the speakers, the panelists, and also the audience here present, but also online. And in particular, I would like to thank very much Natalie Ver, who is online connected and who has been the driving force organizing this workshop. And I think that we are very satisfied with the result. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice trip back.